लेक्चर तुम्हारा कौन सा है? पहला लेक्चर कौन आर्केस्टर है ना? आर्केस्टर हाँ
मैं बोला था तुमको नहीं अच्छा लग रहा है तो तुम्हारा बोला कि ये शेड का जन मोड करके अच्छा समझ में नहीं कि नाम अच्छा पढ़ा चुनाव और प्लस इसमें अगर हम लॉन्ग हाँ वही
तो कुछ खराब है कि मुझे और लोगों दोनों का चला देते हैं सुबह को
इसका
लोगों और मुक्ति
अभी इधर बैठा है
जो खा जाएगा
अभी बैठा भाई अभी
मस्ती करता है
अबे नहीं भाई नहीं अभी बैठना है यार
इधर बैठ जाओ
आज का ये वो सेकंड वाला क्लास शुरू होता है
फिर बाबा बोले कर लो तो हो गया ठीक है
हिस्ट्री सीख कर
क्या
हिस्ट्री सीख कर
क्या बात कर
सीरियसली why would I waste my class sitting here when I can do something better समझ नहीं आता है बड़ा बात
टेक्स्ट में दिया वही लिखती है तो वही
क्या
इसमें क्या समझाना होगा
अब समझाना होगा तो स्टूडेंट को सॉल्व
मेरी मम्मी ने हाँ बोला मेरी मम्मी को बोली इस जॉब के अटेंडिंग मत कर मेरे पापा बोलते थे अभी तो छोटा क्यों है
ना भाई इंटरनेट छोटा लगता है इसमें बैठकर तो फालतू
बस भी है क्या आज शाम को भी है आ रहे हो लोग आज वो बोला है कि मैं क्लास में तेरी फ्रेंड को देखता हूँ उसके फ्रेंड को आ रहा मैं क्यों ना लाऊं गैंग में होता है सीजन के बाद
उसके दोस्त ना
समझा ना वो कौन है
वो ना लड़का है उसका
अच्छा
अब वो लड़का है पहले
उसमें नोट्स कंप्लीट किए या जो
लड़का नहीं
ये भाई कंप्लीट कर
क्या है
कौन सा नोट्स है
ये जो था ना लास्ट टाइम में बताया
अबे हां भाई ये तो बोलेगा एक्सेप्ट करोगे
वही
बहुत नहीं पाया क्या
तूने कितना लिखा था टाइम के ऊपर चलो बोला तो फिर तो स्टार्टिंग से लिखा
अभी से लिखा तो बैलेंस आउट
तू भी अच्छा था
ठीक है ना
यार इसको भी
क्या करना है
अबे इधर
श्रीराम इधर बैठे देखो तो साइड से इतना पड़ेगा इसको तो बीच में देखो उतना ही पड़ेगा
हो जाएगा 2 मिनट आ रहा है
फिर वो क्या करना चाहोगे मूड खराब हो जाएगा भाई मेरे भी लोगों का चेहरा आई कांटेक्ट हो गया भाई इसके साथ
लगी है ना
अभी पता है क्या ना अपने यूट्यूब पे रिकॉर्ड लेक्चर कर रहा था तो करने को क्लास के बाहर निकला मेरे को वीडियो ढूंढा तो 5 मिनट जरा रिफ्रेश हो गया भाई इस पे देख रहा
सारे लेक्चर करते हैं
हां
अबे
मतलब हिंदी भी देख सकते हैं
क्या
हिंदी भी देख सकते हैं
अबे इको क्या भाई वो क्या ही दिखता था या वैसे पूरे हाथ ऊपर कर रहा हूं वो दिख रहा था वहां से
हां मैं देखा तो है
इधर भी देख लिया ऑनलाइन
कि मैं बैठा तो जब चैट है ना करता भी कभी अंदर भी नहीं देखा मैं लगा ले लेगा यूटी के मैथ साइंस बहुत अच्छे हैं टीचर्स
अब तूने लिखा क्या गवर्नमेंट का पहले
अबे एक पे छोड़ के ये लिखने पड़ेगा
दे मेरे को
और ने हैंडराइटिंग लिखा है
वो करना ही पड़ता चाहे और कौन
ओम सैंडी अनुष्का
उनका
आ जाए
मुझे बता दो क्या कभी ऐसा आपके ना हमारा होगा ये हिंदी को भी वैसे
अरे बाहर इंग्लिश के टीचर है
अभी छोड़ो नहीं ये बोलेगा तो उतना ही बात
रिवाइज करके आ क्या रिवाइज पूछने वाला है हां फिर क्या
पूछने वाला है
अर्जुन भाई तुझे भाई तू सर ने कहा था कि जो भी मैंने उत्तर कराया था ना तुम सब लोग को रिवीजन करना है और जो भी वो याद नहीं भूल गया नहीं भाई सर बोले हर क्लास के स्टार्टिंग में करूंगा
कंटिन्यू कर आगे क्या बोला
सर ने कहा शॉर्ट टॉपिक भूल गया अबे यार जो भी मैंने किया था ना सब रिवाइज करना है सर क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे
ठीक है वो क्या है क्या को रिवाइज करना है
इसको से करना सर ने पूछा
हम बोलेंगे ना एब्सेंट है
नाइस
अरे एब्सेंट तो थी
यार उसका बुक भी यार
हां अरे वो भी आ रहा है क्लास में
पागल क्या
अरे प्रेजेंट कौन था
इसको पढ़ा रहे हैं
अबे यार अरे इसका फर्स्ट एक्स्ट्रा
वो कैसा है अबे
इसलिए हम बोलेगा
क्लास में का अबे साले ये बुक कम से कम 200 का है सीधे बदल देगा है उसका शुक्रिया इस करके देगा अच्छा है अबे ये हिस्ट्री के लिए पहले का बुक है
तो उसको चिपका देना
अगर सर वो भी बोलेगा मेरा बुक हो गया सो गए हो क्या है ना आगे नहीं आया
ऐसा भाई दिमाग निकल गया
ओ हेलो सामने बैठना
एग्जाम बंद करके लेगा अरे कोई नहीं आता है
आगे ले जा कैसा है खत्म हो जाना
ये यूटी के मार्क से समझता है कितना बढ़ गया है ये अबे टाइम पास
यहाँ ठीक है मेरे ऊपर है ना
Guys, I'm in. You don't have the guts of standing and saying good morning.
Good morning,
sir.
Remain silent for next 5 minutes. Early morning, 7:30. What is the Indian economy and Indian history you are discussing? Oh my Lord. So when the teacher comes in, at least that time in the next 5 minutes, I'm more loudly was talking. Okay, what I was continuing with you? That's not the thing. When the teacher enters in, even in the school, don't you have that when he or she comes in, 7:30 early morning, I'm just entering in, all gossip is going on. Not even observe whether I'm in or out. The whole lecture will be standing. This ICSE is why giving serious headache for us. And I'm trying to take all the portions from your concerned teacher. And why absent last class? Yes. We will meet in the break for the explanation. Yeah, okay. What happened? Not well. The 7:30 is becoming too heavy for I think people. As if you don't go to school 7:30, you go
8 o'clock.
But whatever it is, don't give me any back and ass. Sit down. Simple things you have to follow first, and then great things will automatically follow. So climate, I'd explain up till the
Reading also.
and we have done the notes also. Am I correct?
Yes.
Now utter silence. Any left, right goes on. He was thinking, I was asking. So, do you need the recap of the same, or shall I just, if you don't need the recap, I need the recap. And from your side only. Seasons of India, correct? So how many seasons we have done? 4. Yes. Come on, write all the 4 seasons with the month. Use it. Come. We come fresh morning to meet the nice little children. All the 4 seasons with the months. Meantime, everyone keep revising. Months. Okay, you get it. He's writing the name for the database. And this child, next child, with the season months. If same behavior continues, I will say that I neither want to take geography nor history because of your, and I will write it in the report also. And my MD will come and bash at me. A handful of brainy children means you should put it on your studies. Why do you say so? All the classes like that. Sorry, now back to basics. Srisha, are you in? Srisha? Shristi, are you in, dear?
Yes, sir.
And say good morning, hello, hi, what it is, how will know?
Good morning, sir.
Even online and offline, the same virus has spread to everyone. How is your health now?
It's okay, sir.
So this is the first chapter in geography.
Yes. Who is the other person? Oh, Madhav.
Yes.
Hey, we have already run ahead with this chapter. Thank you, sir. Good. So when I try to explain these two, not right, literally I had explain all the 4, correct? And in that we had gone the notes up till which one? Up till which one? Retreating monsoon. Now you tell me the basic difference between the southwest and the retreating monsoon. Anybody?
So south.
In fact, we have done summer monsoon. Am I correct?
Yes.
And winter monsoon.
Yes.
Come on. Don't say you have to come to the board. Summer monsoon and winter monsoon. What is the difference? 3 points of difference. By the time the child comes up, this child, right, sweet to the come. ऐसा बोलेंगे तो answer लिखेंगे. Write the months. This 30 boys. भैया जी, नीचे बाहर आइए.
Mask will be perfect.
That is okay. That's okay. You wear it, that's enough. ये एक बोला है कुछ नहीं, it's okay. You wear it. It's not the question of the logo. It's the question of the protection. That's it. Shristi, your video. What is the issue?
Yes, sir. I'm switching it on.
Turn it on. Madhav, were you absent in these days whenever I explain climate?
Sir, I didn't attend it.
So you are absent now.
Yes.
Why?
Sir, but from the schedule, I can see that I attended all the classes.
And how did you miss my climate then?
Sir,
How did you miss the climate then?
sir, in the schedule, it's written that first class is English.
Now, today.
Yes, sir.
One minute, even I got a confusion.
Sir, it is written 10th CBSE first class is English.
It is 7:30 to 9. It is mine. 1 minute. Are you in CBSE and ICSE?
CBSE.
Then why did you join ICSE batch? Get into the ICSE. CBSE.
Sir, how to? Yes, sir. I just joined the normal link.
You connect to Dwarka madam. Still a total confusion. Thank you. Thank you. Sit down. वही मैं भी बोल रहा हूँ मैं. I have gone to my CBSE and then started teaching economics also there. Shristi?
Yes, sir.
In these two, summer monsoons and winter monsoon.
Sir, summer monsoon brings 80% of rain to India.
Okay.
And winter monsoon, rest of the 20%.
Southwest. 80% of the total rainfall of India. What is this name?
20%.
Name.
Northeast.
Northeast. Okay. Now, who can tell me which is land to sea and sea to land?
So,
Southwest is to sea to land.
Land to sea.
Sea to land.
Land to sea.
Sea to land.
Who can say? Sea to land. Okay, next.
Land.
Land to sea. Oh my dear, you cleared my confusion. Thank you, man. Shristi, any other points of difference?
Summer monsoon is highly dependable and winter monsoon is less dependable.
Can you explain me the dependability? Highly dependable? I don't think. It is like you and me. Anytime you go away and come back. Okay. Okay, thank you. So when I'm trying to explain this season, southwest and retreating, we are just focusing on the trade winds which is coming in and going out. Did I explain on the map also? If I have shown you a map, something like this, even in your volumes, they have shown this is the movement away. This is which monsoon wind?
Northeast.
We call it as NE monsoon wind. What does NE stands for? Northeast. Whereas the southwest, they have shown like this, correct? So it is entering India from the south, but it is entering India from west direction. Actually, a southeast, but due to that Coriolis force, it is there. Then I said it is the Himalayas which is obstructing the flow of the winds, and two parts of India gets the first rainfall. One is our Kerala, and other is Andaman and Nicobar Islands. That is which monsoon? The southwest monsoon. If I talk about northeast, only two parts of India. It is Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. That also not here exactly. This coming. So it is only the coastal part you have to remember. Correct? So this is what we have done. And did I start with the cool and dry winter? Okay, now understand this season, that is third season as per our schedule. It is cool and dry winters. So when I use the word cool, we say in winters in India are not cold. Do you accept?
Yes.
We have done this. Yes. Paka, explanation also.
The last one is like
I know. This she has to explain to me first. And dry it is the reason for it. The dry it is the lack of moisture. Correct? Indian winters are not cold. That's why it is cool. The temperature, we can say, hang around between 30 degree only. It doesn't shoot up above 30. I told you later. Yeah. He will come in and he will replace it. What's the reason? Come. Gara. What's the reason? You come in and enter the giggling club, sir. Let me see. Come. So we say the winters are not cold, it is cool, 30 and above, just close to 30, maybe like 23, 24, 25. The north part of the India, it is minus, that is Kargil, Dras and so area. But generally we say it sticks around to the cool part, not the cold part. Then dry, absence of moisture. And these are generally good for, in India, for crops, which we call it as rabi crops. What are rabi crops? Those crops which are generally sown before the onset of winter. Can you name the main rabi crop of India? The wheat. So generally this is a season of blossoming and flowering, and India really exports some good number of exports of flowers. Is it okay? So this is a very short season where we have close to 2 to 3 months, but then it is the rays of the sun you have to tell me. How it is, slanting or vertical? Slanting or vertical? It is slanting rays. Generally, we get oblique rays of the sun. What is oblique? Slanting. Most of the parts of the country, we get slanting rays. That's why we are having winter from which month to which month? December to February. October to November is the retreating monsoon. Any queries here? Then the fourth and the last season, we can say the summer season. Again, we say it is hot. And what did he write? Dry summer season. Correct. It is hot. I can say the apparent movement. Exact words are there in the textbook and in the volume. When I use the word apparent movement, means the movement of the sun is towards maximum parts of India Here we get more of vertical sun rays, correct? And the temperature shoots from where to where? From south to north, very high, and major parts of the countries are experiencing something called as, even that we are facing earlier last month, is it? Which is called as sunstrokes. And we have hot and dry dusty winds, which we call it as what? Lu. That blows generally over which part of India? Maximum the northern parts of India. If you go to UP, Delhi, this lu is very common during this season. This season is generally observed for what? It's observed for the setting up of a big zone that we have already done. What is that? ICSE. Anyone give me full form? Let us pick up. Ballistic missile.
No, sir. Is that tropical convergence?
Is a continental ICSE is those?
The tropical convergence.
Okay, wonderful. It is intertropical convergence zones. If you remember the short map that I might have drawn, something like this. So this is the part we call what? The ICSE. The main importance of ICSE is the setting up of which season in our country? The monsoon season in our country. So if the ICSE sets early, the arrival of the monsoon is also early. If ICSE sets late, the arrival of the monsoon also becomes late. So the whole in all, this season, again, we have a good kharif crops are. What are kharif crops? Generally before the rainfall starts. Not exactly this. If I can say rice, we will start sowing the rice in the month of May end or in the June first week, because that is the time what is expected. Rainfall is expected. Is it okay? So we have discussed one is cool, dry winters, and we have discussed hot, dry. What do I do? The homework copying now only done. Once in a week we meet. The whole 5 days and 6 days you are busy appointment with the Prime Minister and the President of the country. Only my arrival, he or she thinks, oh, abhi ye dikha hai schedule, chalo hum kuch likhte hain uske samne. Kya kar raha tha pura hafta? Write down this heading in your notebook.
In the months of southwestern Northeast.
Oh, I
So
didn't
we
see.
haven't written notes of periods.
We haven't written. Retreating monsoon, October to November, southwest.
June to September and that is December.
पुणे season उल्टा लेके वो बच्चे ने रखा जैसे हमारा basic लग गया. And this is hot and dry March to May. This is the one.
Sir, I have followed the text.
It's okay. It's okay. Northeast monsoon, yes. October to November. ठीक है रहने दे. Even totally getting it. What is it? I have two corrections. Hey, did I give the notes on cool dry winters? Write down. You feel my notes are far better than what volume is?
Yes.
Did you read it first?
Yes.
Good. So we have two brainy child. I think this I am that person. And get some good marks. The nationalism test was not conducted, not for you guys. If 15th of this month, there might be one test.
Yeah,
which one?
the first one.
We have completely done. Correct. Thank you. So you will be putting it the best output. Shristi, you did check the timetable of your test?
Yes, sir. History chapter 1 and 6.
Chapter 1 and 6?
We only have one.
Which is the 6th chapter here?
Mahatma Gandhi something.
No. That is not with UT. वो आप इतना जल्दी कैसे गए? UT test I'm asking.
वही कह रही हूँ.
Okay.
UT test.
First check. No. Sit outside. It's almost 7:50. No.
7 school was there.
Early morning, no school is there.
So it is there.
You wait for...
Yes, sir. He is having school. He had.
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
Come. मैम ने बोल दिया मैंने एक्सेप्ट कर लिया तू उसको सपोर्ट करने की जरूरत नहीं राइट नाउ I'm so sorry. It's cool, dry winters, right below. Indian winters. Indian winters. One line 3 times repeating. Don't repeat the words. Don't keep on asking. Indian winters are generally, what's his name? Have some water, relax. If your school, it's okay. Then slowly start. Okay? I'm sorry for that. Indian winters are generally referred as cool and dry. Indian winters are generally referred as cool and dry since the temperature decline, from south to north, since the temperature decline from south to north is a gradual one. Since the temperature decline from south to north is a gradual one. Underline the word gradual one. Second point. Except the northern parts of the country. That also you write few. Except the northern parts of the country. Inside the bracket, what you have to write? Few mein kya likhenge? The place, if you remember. Kargil, Kashmir, Ladakh, or we'll say Ladakh. Ladakh. Beautiful. Kashmir. उसके पहले भी पैटर्न बोलना हाँ, कारगिल, लद्दाख, कश्मीर, other parts, experiences, same. Other part experiences temperature close to 30 degree. I'm saying close to. Other parts experiences temperature which are close to 30 degrees. Next, dry winters. Next one, correct. Am I going fast with your morning speed?
No, sir.
Pakka? Okay. When you are fully awake, you can tell me. Then we will pick up our jumbo speed, is it? Then what did I say? Dry winters are also mainly due to the lack of moisture. Dry winters are mainly due to the lack of moisture. Now relax. Now go to your volume page. Those who have just joined late, you can check the notes that I've given already. Now it's on page number 82 of our volume. Cool, dry winter. Did you see? Now we'll pick up certain points from here. I'll personally explain. I'll make you to mark so that you can directly write in your notebook. Will do? So the first point, if you see, commences at the end of November and continues till March. What is the other word I can use for commences? It starts, or use the word begins. You write the word begins. Commences ke upar, begins. You directly write begins at the end of November, continues till March. That's point number one. Cool dry likhne ka zarurat nahi because already we have written the explanation. Next, the conditions are just reverse of those in summer. The key word is reverse. Point number, whatever it is. Okay. Next point. A high pressure develops over big landmass, only big landmass. That's okay. Now, if I ask you how high pressure now, or is the mistake is there in the volume? Why high pressure here in India now? Oh my God, you guys have good.
Because it's winter and when it's cold, air contracts and forms a high pressure.
Okay, but there's some contrasting relation, na?
High pressure, low temperature.
High pressure, low temperature. Pehla pressure aata hai, temperature low.
High temperature, low pressure.
Very good. He is explaining that when the entire country is having cool winters, automatically atmospheric pressure will be high. Did I not say ITZ? What is it? Temperatures are high, pressures are low. So right there only the reason. contrasting behavior of low temperature and high pressure. Side में ऐसा asterisk डालो and pull it side. I don't understand it. Contrasting behavior of low temperature and high pressure. Contrasting behavior of low temperature and high pressure. Behavior of low temperature and high pressure.
So we have to include this in the point.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I'm making you to write. Then next point. This is the time. You have to cite in this time. Oh, cancel the word. This is the time. What a lovely line. In this time, northeastern monsoon sets in. Northeastern monsoon sets in. What is the meaning of the word sets in? It begins. ये pick some moisture, Bay of Bengal हो सब नहीं चाहिए. As it blows from land to sea. Did you see? As the, you write as it. They bring cold, dry weather. And are instead of a separate point, you can write dry weather and are incapable of heavy rain. They've just written rain, incapable of heavy rain. Next point, winds blow from land to sea. I'm taking very minor changes. Are you observing? Winds blow from land to sea with least moisture. They have said without, you write least. And these winds, instead of wind, cancel that. These winds blow over seas. If I say blow over sea, which sea? Arabian Sea or Bay of Bengal? Is it Arabian Sea or Bay of Bengal? Pakka?
Yes.
Not Arabian Sea. Very good people are. So above the sea, you write bob. These winds blow over, and instead of sea, you write directly bob only. Bob. And bring, instead of some rainfall, you write 20% of rainfall. To the Coromandel coast. Everyone knows what is Coromandel? And AP. Coromandel coast of TN and AP. ऐसा लिखने का वो bracket से बढ़ जाएगा. To the Coromandel coast of TN and AP. I'm again waiting here. Still you feel any of the point? Please check with me right now. I feel our Koperkerna branch should get the best marks in my subject called geography. Coromandel coast of TN and Tamil Nadu. That's it. Now check all the points because I've made some considerable changes from your volume. Still some only 2 points. That's it. He is without the volume. Then what are you looking left and right? Change it. Any of the point you have a query, please ask. No, there's one point that I have to complete because I feel you need. What is this child all about? Okay, पक्का doubt नहीं फिर ये क्या करना पता उसने जो किया था आपने क्या किया ठीक है let's get into the next point. The winter monsoon blow. Did you see? We have already written what is winter and summer. My boy, profusely don't spread that viral disease. It's okay. It starts from one corner, it will come back to me only. Like a yawning early morning is not at all a problem. But ठीक है, control करो. I've seen there are people who gets up 4:30, 5:30 in the morning. They also yawn. But while speaking only, they try to hide it. इधर mask के साथ बड़ा dinosaur खुलता है. And फिर जाता है. Sister, are you awake? Is it? Good.
Yes, sir.
Good. At least she is there. Alluvial climate is how? Good. Good. That's why she is stuck there. Next one. You keep a bottle of water. I know early morning 7:30 is something that you are getting up at 3:30. Have a gulp. You know what is gulping? या वाला थोड़ा सा ice में भी. In fact, next time समय एक spray लेकर आके बैठेगा. 7:30 matlab. You know that spray that they use it in the salon? That is the best medicine for you guys. No, not only here. I mean, tomorrow I'll be there in Kargar. Kargar, for us to go a little bit time, but the local people come as if, "Kya sir, itna jaldi kyun aaya?" Bole, "Kya chal gaya?" Hai na? Hey, early morning, what they pick you for the school is it? Early morning. What time it started? And only 15 minutes. Then. But did you do the justice to the paper? Hopefully. Next time do the justice. Next one. The winds blow over northeast, hence known as northeast monsoon winds. Hence known as northeast winter monsoon winds, or only monsoon winds also done. That's it. Now you can start writing straight away in your notebook. So you got a wonderful note of this cool drive and drive, both from my side and from the volume side. Come on. Yes.
I write afterwards because I don't have it written. I write all.
It's not a fair notebook, correct?
It is a fair notebook.
Then what happens?
तो पहले का कुछ नहीं लिखा है तो फिर
ठीक है ना, leave the space and write. What do you say directly? You write the work only one time. Don't do this double working, है ना? थोड़ा सा space छोड़ दे. What is? Because if all are writing, then you should title. That doesn't look good. Right? So each and every point coming into that notebook means it is getting into your brain. I mean, here I am here, Srishti. I'm just trying to get some videos for you guys regarding the seasons.
Welcome to Geography Lab.
I didn't know if you were for this.
Here in this video, I'm going to discuss about the rhythm of seasons. So I have divided the 12
Boys might be interested. Okay, so we've got a video which I'll share it in the next few minutes. Run. So next you can write down hot and dry summer season. Once you have written both from the volume and the textbook, my notes, then you can get into, oh boy. You all kuch bhi kar to raha hai na. It's okay. And they pick me as if I am doing a wrong thing. Main jo puche na kya hai? As if I am coming here and doing that dinosaur workout. It's okay. I understand. I understand, man. Where I'm saying it is a punishable offense. Control. पहला आधा घंटा इसी में जाता है आने को. He's showing some marked deliberate improvement. Happy for you. Good. And other unwanted elements influence him. And see to it. They are put in the right place. Anyone absent today for the class? I am. Achha. His school is this? No. And then who? Okay. Now right below this heading, hot, dry, summer season. It's March to May. Shall we? Again, come to page number IT. I'll have Shrishti read, is it? Have a volume with you guys? Please.
Yes, sir.
Wait. Some people are still writing. Still done?
Yes, sir.
You can continue writing afterwards. Relax. Early morning, only mental exercise, and physical nature. Come on, guys. Shrishti.
Last from March to May. During this season, the sun is shining vertically over the Tropic of Cancer, and the belt of maximum temperature moves northwest.
Just 1 minute. The point starts from here. The sun is shining vertically over TOC. Point number 1. That's point number 1. Volume. Page 80 is it?
Oh, yes.
80 only. What 80?
Hot.
Second point you can see, it is between the temperatures moves from northwest. If you understand what is this northwest, are we here somewhere? Correct? And this is our north. Are we here? Is it west? Is it east and south and north? So generally the apparent movement of the sun is like this, all vertical. Are you saying, am I marking the right direction?
Yes, sir.
So generally here, so we can say heavy concentration. How do you explain the word heavy concentration? It's more like a torch when you are having a beam of light. So you understand that beam of sunlight is focusing on the north side. So I don't know, the UP and Bihar people might definitely explain me, sir, what is summer like? Correct that? It's severely hot. Especially Delhi is one place where we have the stubble burning also. What's that stubble burning all about? Stubble, S-T-U-B-B-L-E. Cut part of the wheat crop.
It's a forest fire.
Forest nahi. Once that wheat crop is cut, that roots are there. Instead of clearing them, farmers only put a half a liter of kerosene and they burn it up. It's so easy. One, it becomes manure. Second, it's so easy to clear. But what is the trouble? Delhi is full of pollution. I don't understand it. So summers are generally so hot, like we experience in Australia. Which fires are very popular? Australia. Very good. It is forest fires. You anytime observed in India, forest fires? Two things need to be needed. One, severe hot temperature. वो तो रहता ही है March में. But the good thing what we do not have, it is forest we do not have in large numbers. Only human beings are there. Everywhere you pluck it, 100. So why it is Australia, it's such a huge country. People say it is not even a country, it's a huge continent. And acres of jungles are there even today. You understand the word jungle, is it?
Yes.
So it is hot and very dry. The leaves and the twigs of the plants get erased with one another, get dropped with one another, and the natural fires. I think India might not get natural fires because we do not have that much amount of concentrated forest. But what is concentrated here? The sunlight, heavy temperature. Carry on.
The heat is intense. The temperature increases steadily from south to north with highest in temperature.
Thank you. There is a steady increase from the temperature from here to here. Even during the winter, the decline of the temperature is there. But did I use the word steady there? What word did I use in winter? Gradual decline. If I say from Kanyakumari I'm moving, it might be 35 and above, 35. Then it may be some Karnataka, somewhere here maybe 33 only. Then I get into central part of India, maybe 30. And then slowly it goes. By the time I reach here, maybe 20 and then slowly. Whereas if I say here, it is a steady increase. If I say 33 here only we'll have 37. Quick jump of 4 degrees. Then I can say maybe not 40, again 38 and 39. In fact, this time, Maharashtra, especially Mumbai, has observed some temperature like this, 41, 42, even it touched 43 also. And we are lucky that May month, it should be more hotter. While I was coming riding my small bike, I could see it was, when riding. Thank you. So what I'm trying to say, when we are coming, at least today morning, it was cloudy, little bit chilly, little bit. But then the sun will come up with fans now. 8:30, the temperatures are close to 37 degrees. Then you expect the noon. What is the noon? 12:30. That's the sun shows my full power. Not my power, sun's power. Are you understanding what I'm trying to say? So there is a steady increase. So by the time you reach, Madhya Pradesh, even by the time you go to Delhi, the temperatures might be close to 40 degrees. One of my colleagues, not here, he is from local Rajasthan. I think in the month of April only, he has gone back to his hometown just to do some Holi Puja or something. So I called him, how are you cooling there? He said, where cooling? It's 52 degrees. Earlier, is it? What does it mean? An Indian who is placed in Maharashtra cannot bear. Imagine the foreigner coming. He comes from a place where the highest temperature is 19 degrees. And he is placed in a place in India called 51 degrees. Then the amount of clothing he does it, and the amount of soothing our Indian eyes go for it. And you understand the best. And sometimes I've seen the Europeans say, oh my God, such a lovely sunrise. And they don't want. And then they say, oh, sunbathing. Well, what is the sunbathing? I've never heard. You understand what is sunbathing? They say vitamin D is the best, not consumed. Even you guys early morning get up, expose your body bit to the sun. That's the best vitamin D you can get it. Come on, sir. After 30, we consume that vitamin D. All kinds of tablets and capsules. But they say sunlight is the best. That's why Europeans love India, especially for the sunlight. So we should ask him to come to summer season and that also put in some parts of Rajasthan. Then he will face the heat of his life. Correct? Chilly. Let's proceed. Shristi.
The highest average temperatures are 38 degrees Celsius to 40 degrees Celsius in south.
Just the next point you have to mark, average temperature. It is 38 to 40. Is it correct, average? But even I feel 40 should not be average. It should be 38 and 37. And then 40 to 45 underline, central. 45 to, oh my God, especially they mentioned Rajasthan. Did I say which place of Rajasthan? Highest temperature recorded?
No, sir,
J, very good, Jaisalmer. So in underline Rajasthan bracket, you write Jaisalmer. Want the spelling of that? I check my spelling. Then my English is to be improved. And you write 51 degree. It's recorded, huh? Age of 52, 53 aata once in a season. But this is recorded for a long time. That's why it is 51 degrees of official number. So imagine we are somewhere here, 37. How much? So imagine how much high will be the temperature. On the spot, he told me no electricity, no water supply. It is on the mercy of Lord Ram. Ram Rajya banaya hai. It is there, but in that interior part, where in fact, Modi, when he was in abroad, not abroad, he went for a foreign tour. He said India has become the 4th largest solar plant production. And he has normally marked Rajasthan only.
He has done everything in Gujarat, that's solar panel. Because it is so tough, that's why.
I don't think so. He's the Prime Minister of Gujarat. He's the Prime Minister of India, but Gujarati people love him more than what we love, is it? If he wants to bring a program in Maharashtra, I can tell you one program, the bullet train. When it was launched between Ahmedabad and Mumbai, as soon as our lovely Udham Saab became the chief, he said, no, bullet हमको नहीं चाहिए. क्यों नहीं चाहिए? तुझे नहीं चाहिए तो public को तो जाने दे.
Only 4 stations in Maharashtra.
वो देखो. And Maharashtra government has not cleared the area, the zones. And बोलता कि नहीं ये forest है, ये है, वो है, all kinds of restrictions they'll put. If it could have been a BJP state government in Maharashtra, अभी तक वो program start हो चुका होता. अभी see, these are called as red tapeism. You know what is red tapeism? आप लोग बोलते हैं ना tape लगा के गया. कौन सा tape लगा है? वो red tape लगा है. Red tapeism means all kinds of false excuses. Yes. वो तो अभी और भी start हुआ है. You never feel.
So they have to mark this water temperature steadily.
Steadily, mark that. And Jaisalmer, you write in 51. Let's proceed. Highest temperature, Thar Desert, and remove that country. I don't like that early in the morning. Okay. Then during the May, underline, low pressure begins to develop. This is the next point. Winds do not blow from sea. And underline, weather remains dry. I'm just cutting down the points for you. Are you understanding? Winds, during this, winds do not blow from sea, dry. Then low pressure in northern plains and surrounding areas. Under low pressure, what you have to write? ITCZ. Everyone write there. Did I give the definition of ITCZ?
Yes, sir.
He is the opposition party.
Sir, you just told the person.
I didn't give. Notebook में है क्या check करो.
Yes, sir.
Next. He might be mentally absent for this class. It gives rise to, underline next point, it gives rise to thunderstorm with dusty winds. Kal Baishakhi. Next point. Dusty winds के आगे लिखो Kal Baishakhi. No need for name of the meaning. In West Bengal. Kal Baishakhi in West Bengal. Same point, huh? 3 points I'm combining and making you one. Are you understanding? Kal Baishakhi in West Bengal. It is good for tea in Assam and jute. And rice. Then the last point. Along the coast of Kerala and Karnataka. Did you find? Little rainfall caused by thunderstorm. Along the coast of Karnataka and Kerala, little rainfall is caused, good for the ripening of mangoes. You only have to add. Good for the ripening of mangoes. Hyphen mango showers. Shall I repeat this line for you?
Yes, sir.
So we start with along the Kerala and Karnataka, little rainfall by thunderstorms. मतलब थोड़ा middle से फिर पीछे सामने आना. Good for ripening of mango hyphen known as mango showers. Come on, start writing. Known as mango showers. That's our summer season finishing. So we are learning good geography today. While writing itself, any of the points you feel not familiar, you can check with me. In this chapter, we have some numericals that we will solve in the second lecture.
What is the name of that place where the highest temperature?
Yes.
Jaisalmer. History has written. Then put this heading and copy down all the points, one below the other. Factors affecting climate. Latitude, influence, altitude. Anyway, I'm going to explain. Then only we will be writing notes. We've got a small video on this, but I'll explain first. Then why I do that? That throat really gives a sore throat early morning. Takes up some time. Shall we? Once you have written, you can close your volume, textbook, notebook, whatever. Just consider now. After my lecture, which other lectures you have? History. Second lecture, is it? Third and the fourth. And your Neela Madam, is it? And what do you guys do?
Most of seriously very good. You can have time.
I've told this upfront without naming anybody. They said you have to write it in that. Or you can now only put mail and whatever it is. You know that system, is it? Mera naam se, tera naam se. Because here, Janta Janardhan, public is the king.
So why can't you read the book?
Sir, she just reads the book and
that's it.
she just reads this sentence and explains. Done. Over. Sir, you do it without textbook. You have so much knowledge. Sir, she just reads and reads and reads.
One minute. Thanks for the wonderful compliment. But you have to understand one thing. When I'm there in the he is the true citizen of India. Now, when I'm having alternate lectures, it's difficult for me. When I'm having two other lectures, I cannot come.
So tell them to arrange the lectures.
That is, you have to raise your voice. Then after that only I can. Correct? So as he said, a formal mail will do. Or you can write a letter and give it to the concerned coordinator. No racism. I'm teaching geography. Shall we?
Yes, sir.
2 minutes.
Now I can stand ideally for at least next 2-3 minutes. And this I observed right in the first lecture. I got a very good compliment by one sweet little person in the other room only when I was correcting your assignments. So I've told them right there only. Unfortunately, no.
So what could be criteria?
What's it?
No, secret is going in what form?
That's for a secret for the two. He had a wonderful poem in English. I remember Secret for the Two. And I've taught that MOV in some other department where I was teaching them Basania. Except math and science.
Sir, your favorite character?
Mine is economics.
Sir, character, sir.
Thank you. What? Acha, on that. It's okay. फिर कभी हम लोग discuss करते हैं. Because all my students who know character they like because they don't want at all. Untham you. Okay, listen now. Now you can keep whatever you're writing, leave it, just understand. So when I'm saying about factors influencing the climate, one thing you have to see the word influencing, correct? I've written the word affecting. Do you feel everywhere the factors are same or different? I'm asking. Different. As per the temperature, as per the, we can say pressure, as per the latitude, as per the setting up of, sun also. In fact, I don't know, some people say, sir, we can create climate of our own also. In that sum, only one country comes that called China. They've created artificial rainfall. Not like any Bollywood bringing 6 tankers and dono Gana Gare or logo charu side. But what kind of this country might be where they are trying to meddle with the mother nature? So you meddle with the mother nature, nature gives you only few seconds of some shock. And that few seconds is enough for us to go back 500 years. Correct? Are you understanding what I'm saying? So now we are experiencing something called as global warming. What is global warming? I think Alluvial person, we are right with us. So the Navi Mumbai airport was not to be passed. Kyun sir, uske liye main flat leke baitha hai. Am I correct, Shristi?
Yes, sir.
But then it had destroyed the mangroves which are there in the Alluvial. Even today, there are some environmentalists who don't want the aeroplane to land in the airport there. But it is economic constraint, as he told me, for that bullet train. Economic constraint more important, forget about the nature. But now, for the last 2 years or 2.5 years, it's not only India, all over Europe, all over the world, there is a serious changes in the climate. Temperatures are very high, snowfall is very high. There is unwanted floods, which we call it as flash floods. And indirectly, the nature is signaling, you are going to meet the oblivion. What is this word oblivion? Oblivion, end of the world. Oblivion, end of the world. So let us understand few. I said put the word latitude. If I say the word latitude, in India, we have Tropic of Cancer. Am I correct? So it passes through the central part of India. If I draw a map of India, something like this, the Tropic of Cancer is exactly cutting India. So what is this latitude is going to do? It is going to set up a zone that you might have studied in your 9th standard called torrent zone. Understand that word torrent zone? Yes. Pura explanation is in that. Means all over the year, the temperature in India will be generally above 30. Generally above 30. Winter we feel a little bit of drop, but not also very drastic, very gradual. So we say any place with a latitudinal variation, it is going to have a direct influence over the climate. Is it okay? So when you are writing, you have to refer to the Tropic of Cancer passing through the center of the country. Am I making it very clear? That is the influence of what? I said about influence of Himalayas. Himalayas, yesterday only I was explaining in the evening lectures, I was saying that it is acting as a great climatic divide. Barrier. What's the word barrier means? One, it is obstructs the severe cold winds coming from Tibet. It is saving the north part of the country, especially Punjab, which is rich for which production? Wheat production. If at all the Himalayas are removed, these severe winds will be entering India. It not only disturbs the Punjab wheat, but it will disturb the whole seasons of India. What might happen? We will not have the 4 distinct seasons that we are seeing now. Correct? It is influence of which severe cold winds? Tibet cold winds. Blocked by whom? The Himalayas. It is one. Second, if you remember our southwest marching, Generally, these are the clouds which are moving. Am I correct? Some rough picture, so bear with my diagram a little bit. And it doesn't allows it to escape out of India. As if you are trying to escape from the class and the monitor. Idhar ja raha hai, ruk ja. Kyun ja raha hai? What does it mean? I'm making a big barrier, and Himalayas are not very ordinary. Correct? They are one huge, gigantic mountains up. Although it is only 50 to 75 million years ago, referred as young fold mountains. The loftiest part of the world is found in Himalayas. What is it? Mount Everest. What is Mount Everest? Average altitude. It's 8848, not average, exact. In between Corona 1 and 2, Chinese have put some tall, this one, and they said it is 8850. But India said, no. It is 8848 for at least for our.
K2 is also there.
Mount Everest, K2, Kanchenjunga, Nanda Devi, there are so many. I can keep naming. But Mount Everest is one among them. Is it okay? So it blocks the clouds. It blocks the severe cold winds coming inside India. Although it's not there in the volume, you can write once the winter cold winds comes into India, it can influence the seasons of India. Then we can study the 4 seasons. Is it okay? Is the influence of what I've done? Himalayas. Then generally altitude, how do I refer altitude as? Sir, we put this word MSL in the book. What is MSL? What is MSL? She's saying. Good. What's it?
Mean sea level.
Mean height above sea level. Any idea what is this MSL? I don't understand.
Sir, we just know sea. We don't know.
Height above sea level. Whenever we see the mountains, like I was explaining the birth of Himalayas, Angara land, Gondwana land, Sea of Tethys and so, a rough picture. So if we see these are the base of the mountains, just see generally a sea. The mountains is extending below the sea, but then the altitude will be measured like this only. Why not below the sea? We are least bothered for that. Correct. But then at least this acts as one base platform. Is it acting as a platform? So that's why it is mean height. What is mean? Average. Any idea how do we find out the height of the mountains? Trigonometry. Oh my God. That's approximate or exact? How do you argue?
I don't know how.
Trigonometry is there because I was into that small Navy camp where they were telling me trigonometry ka formula dal ke kaisa dur se mountain aa raha and you are traveling in a ship and within few seconds they find out and bolte ki itna nautical speed mein leke jao yahan se turn maro pura kuch karta. That's why I was away from because I was very good, not good in trigonometry, in mathematics. Okay, so normally we have these radiations. Normally, normally we have satellite pictures. Today they will capture the picture, send it to the computers. Computers will do all the processing and within no time you will get the exact height of the mountain. It's impossible to measure. And they say every year the mountain grows 1 inch minimum. But iska bhi kuch interesting story hai, phir main baad mein bata दूं. And I pull you back to this altitude. Generally, climate and altitude have a good relation. Anybody, what relation we have? Generally, as the height increases, what will also decrease? The temperature will decrease.
The oxygen level will also
yes. So the temperature decreases, what will increase? Atmospheric pressure will increase. No doubt Mumbaikars take their cars and the two-wheelers to the Lonavala and Khandala. When I personally go, not now, with my wonderful clubs, all bikers only, and we go to Lonavala in the month of the June and July and August. It should be heavy downpour and we will be showing the bike stunt today. Not definitely down the monkey or the tiger point, but we know where are the turns and tips and turbs are. So what I'm trying to say, we say it's the temperature drop all thanks to the rise in the altitude. So that's why hill stations in Himachal are very popular, especially during the season of summer. Is it okay? So altitude has an influence over the temperature. Temperature will have an influence on the atmospheric pressure. Accordingly, it will influence the climate. Then this is the one I think you might have done. Distance from the sea. So easy to tell you. We have 2 places in India. One is दिल्ली दिल वालों की, है ना? एंड मुंबई किडनी वालों की। नहीं, मैं ऐसे ही बोल रहा हूँ। दिल्ली बोलते ही बोलते हम दिल वालों की, मतलब अरविंद केजरीवाल का कोई बड़ा दिल नहीं है। नाउ ही इज इन पंजाब ऑलवेज, चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ दिल्ली फाउंड इन पंजाब, करेक्ट? Okay, that's part of the politics. When I pull you to Delhi, we say Delhi has extreme climate. Do you accept this?
Yes, sir.
And Mumbai has moderate climate. How is it so? We say it is Arabian Sea, we are just next to it. And where Delhi next to it?
In the interior.
It is landlocked place, sorry, landlocked place, whereas Mumbai is very close to the Arabian Sea. If you remember that land breeze and sea breeze, during daytime, land breeze, during night time, the sea breeze. So it tries to moderate. I can't say it is going to reduce the climate or reduce the temperature. Thoda bahut moderate ho jayega. So no doubt in Mumbaiker's life, beaches are wonderful, but all the beaches are smelly and gutter waters only. But theek hai, chalega, kuch to hai apne paas, hai na? So that beaches are the best example of distance from the sea. If you are close to the sea, moderate climate. If you are away from the sea, extreme climate. Without any thinking, Delhi and Mumbai. Is it okay?
Yes.
Is all the 4 points clear in your mind? Still you want me to explain? Shisty also? Okay. Then when I use the word surface winds, yeah, okay. A camber, I know that. Generally that tiredness sets in. We will do this from the volume, correct? And then I'll take you. Thoda sa explanation zyada chalega and they creep like a creepers. It's on page number 78 of the volume. Writing will be at home, only will be marking. Okay? And you will be reading. You, distance from the sea and all that points. Factors. पेज नंबर 78 से स्टार्ट होता है, जहां से तू स्टार्ट कर रहा वहां से स्टार्ट।
Latitude extents of the Indian subcontinent are as under the Tropic of Cancer passes half their through the
cancel that word half, you write center. Next.
Most of the subcontinent lies in the tropical and subtropical zones. Consequently, the temperature is generally high throughout the year.
Underline it is generally high. Udhar likho 30 to about 30 degree instead of 32. About 30 degree. Second point. Good.
The influence of the Himalayas. The east-west extension of the lofty Himalayas.
Cancel the word lofty. You write loftiest Himalayas. Next lecture is at 7:30 morning. I want some incense sticks in my class.
Day after tomorrow.
Huh?
Day after tomorrow.
I'm coming here. Oh my God. And only for your lectures, sir. Morning. 7:30. Good man. Yes, mark my lectures. 2 lectures for mine only. Okay, chaliye. Carry on.
Cold waves from Central Asia. They also cause the monsoon winds to shed most of the moisture.
Underline most of the moisture. What do you have to write? 80%.
Similarly, the western parts hold the rain winds from the Arabian Sea to shed their moisture on the.
Underline that Western Ghats. It just, I think, yeah, I was bound to say this. Just understand this. So we have 2 Ghats in our country. One is continuous parallel range to west coast. This is called as WG, the Western Ghats. And we have Northern Sarkar starting, and this is called EG, Eastern Ghats. And we have this windward side and leeward side. You know what's the difference between windward? If I show you that cyclonic or a orographic kind of rainfall, this is the cloud, correct? It is trying to hit or not even hit. Once condensation takes place complete, it falls entire here. And it passes to this also. Size of the cloud has become small. So this part of the mountain where maximum rainfall is shed is called windward side. And the opposite part of the mountain where less rainfall is shed is leeward. Can you give me any example in Maharashtra itself?
Mumbai.
Mumbai, Pune.
Mumbai, windward.
Then we have it in Mahabaleshwar and Panchgani. Have you seen Panchgani? If you go to the top called Suicide Point. Point is suicide. I am not asking you to put in people. You can see Panchgani down there. Mahabaleshwar gets, if I am not very correct, 320 centimeters of rainfall, whereas Panchgani gets less than 60 centimeters of rainfall. So Mahabaleshwar is on the windward side of the Western Ghats and Panchgani is on the leeward side of the Western Ghats. Is it okay? So put this in your textbook or in your notebook. Western Ghats and draw this picture right next to it. What is windward and what is leeward? You shouldn't forget. Either in the volume or in the textbook. You write distance where we are. Somewhere there. I don't know what's it. Notebook में बना कोई notebook में बना all looking left and right what others are doing. Be a trendsetter, man. You understand the word trendsetter, Shristi?
Yes, sir.
Wear your own trends. Wear your attitude. That's the one, I don't know, Garment company tagline. What's it? We can do this. I didn't get you.
So where I start, it starts.
Oh, Amitabh Bachchan in English. जहां मैं खड़ा होता हूं वहां से लाइन शुरू होता है जहां मैं बैठ जाता वहां से मैं उठता नहीं है Shristi, have drawn this or I'm in between? Sorry.
I have drawn it, sir.
Good. So are we good to go? हाँ. वो देखो क्या? तो ऐसे करने से नहीं मिलता. इरेजर चाहिए. Panchgani. And if you want that also you can write Mahabaleshwar and Panchgani. Best example of Western Ghats. I haven't heard about this one, Pune and Mumbai. Yeah, our time.
So we have a lot of examples in the
Yes, sir.
One of them is Mumbai.
That's okay. You write Mahabaleshwar WW likhna, windward side. And this is, you write Lee, Brett Lee. Panchgani. Have you heard Brett Lee?
What Lee?
Brett Lee.
Sir,
Some Germany fellow. One good fellow who had sung songs with even Lata and Vishka. He's a singer, guitarist, and wonderful bowler to the Australian team. So we remember him as Lee, Mr. Lee. Carry on. You carry on. He is into the drawing book. You.
Altitude, with increase in high temperature.
Try to say the word altitude.
Places located at the hills and mountains are cooler than the places.
Underline, mountains are cooler than the plains. Could anybody explain the rationale behind it? Why plain? Reason.
Normal lapse rate.
Normal?
Lapse.
Normally the temperature is explaining in the 9th standard. है ना? किसी को याद भी है क्या बुक क्या? क्या है बता?
166.
That is fallen 1 degree. So when you are above the surface of the ground, generally the temperature tends to decrease. In fact, how sun we are getting close to it, but sun's radiations are radiated from the Earth's surface. The more you are away from the Earth's surface, the less will be the temperature. Correct? That you have to remember. Go ahead.
Ooty is an increase present throughout the year, though it is relatively close to the equator and has a much lower temperature.
Underline. Closer to the, they might ask this, Ooty is closer to the equator, but why less temperature? Higher altitude. Higher altitude. Board exam, they might put you for a bouncer. And you are fully prepared. Carry on.
Has a much lower temperature than Kochi because of the altitude. Distance from the sea. Places situated near.
Okay, where is Kochi?
Kerala.
And where is Ooty?
Tamil Nadu.
Ooty is closer to Bangalore also, if you know. Bangalore and Mysore. And if I don't know, you guys have gone, Bangalore experiences good drop in temperature. And I have remained there for some few weeks, And early morning means it's something we are having temperature in single digit. Even in Maharashtra also. But Maharashtra winter is different from what the Bangalore winter is. Because Bangalore is very close to Ooty. And if you see Ooty, you will love the climate, especially winter. Unless and until you are not having a good immunity against the winter. If not, you will seriously sneeze and I don't know, all things starts. Carry on.
Places situated near the sea experience a moderate climate that is neither very hot nor very cold, such as Chennai, which has a maritime climate. Underline, it is maritime climate. Now, if you have seen some Navy SEALs, dekha? INS Maritime. What is it? What is it? Vikrat. Vikrat and Virant is it? Now there are Vikrant is no more. They have just sent to revamp. Now there are two more. It is two more ships India has already launched. And if at all this Russian war might not have started, sorry, Ukraine war might not have started, Ukraine was going to give us the nuclear submarines. You know what are nuclear submarines are? What are nuclear submarines? ठीक है ना, उतना ही understanding, at least बोला भाई साहब. Generally, for 1 hour, the consumption of the fuel is the highest for a submarine. Highest. Now, America, France, London, and China are the only countries who have the submarines where the energy can be produced when the submarine is running. It's like more like a dynamo. You know what is a dynamo in a cycle or a sign? Even हमारा जो two-wheeler का भी battery है, more like a dynamo. जितना मैं गाड़ी fast चलाएगा, उसका battery उतना charge होता है. अब ये nuclear power मतलब as ये said correct, it will generate maximum power on its own. So Russia was to give the technology to India to generate a nuclear submarine. And it is not very it's Russia. अभी Russia तो war में busy है ना, तो अभी वो contract नहीं होगा. Then France told that they will give. But again, India is still waiting because we have a lovely neighbor called China. Every now and then he is threatening both in waters and both in the air. Air, at least with the inflow of Rafael, and India is having some new aeroplanes also very coming soon. At least we can resist China. But water, Mr. China is 100 times stronger than what India is today. And we must have some protection at least against the onslaught, if at all anything starts. America is like on the top of the Himalayas will be shouting, don't worry, and they... You are there, you be there only. We will protect ourselves. Anna? So why I'm saying all this? Because it has an influence directly over the country's climate as well as on economy. Carry on. Places situated in the interior of the country, such as Delhi and Amritsar, experience continental climate. Underline that, Delhi and Amritsar. That is very hot in summer and very
continental yaad nahi raha, please write a word extreme climate. Please, so you want to please, oh my God. That is the time you scruple started. I was in a lovely mood to explain everything.
So you can explain.
Thank you for the permission. Let them finish.
Monsoon winds cause abundant rainfall is very in the continent. Winds blowing in the form of from the northwest during the winter cause cold winds in northern India.
Now understand this. That's a surface winds. So when I'm trying to say the word surface winds, these are just above the ground and below the atmosphere. That everyone knows. But since the winds are not at a higher altitude, not at a higher above the ground, they have a quick and a deep influence over the climate. In your life, if I say the word influence, either the parents or the teachers. But I think today's students are so dynamic, in दोनों को पहले ही side कर देते. नहीं मैं बोल रहा हूँ. Then the influence comes from X, Y, Z. I don't know what it is. As long as you are right in front of me, okay, happy. जाते गया. So what is that? If we are stuck to you for next 4 hours or next 6 hours, at least you are bearing. In fact, I have done a little bit of psychological study based on this. They say if you remain with a person for less than 1 minute, they say 28 seconds and above, you try to listen to him or her. That is our human brain is captivated like that. But what we are doing,
because you have developed that kind of skills. But look at even the climate. When I use the word surface winds, they are just above the ground, closer to the one. So they have a direct influence. What is the word direct? I see suddenly in Mumbai, we have a rainfall when there is summer. You can't say. These are, we say, clouds, or these are cyclonic storms. You know what are cyclones are? Created in the Arabian Sea. If you see certain parts of the world, they have rainfall every day. Which part? Equatorial Africa, Amazon jungle also, and a very close by country called Singapore. Weekly, they get 5 days rainfall, and that also not ordinary, thundering and lightning. Can you imagine in Mumbai then? So we will be the city of Venice. You know what is Venice stands for? The entire city is in the water. And Mumbai mayor will be definitely saying no more road transport, water transport chief. Very. So why I'm saying these surface winds have such influence, not only in one or two, certain parts of India they blow. We say Mediterranean climate. What is influence of that? We will be studying in a heading called Western Disturbances. What is Western Disturbances? These are the winds which blow and bring sudden rainfall. Did I not say that word Kal Baishakhi? Yes. I think it's a Bengali word. I don't know what exactly. Kal Baishakhi. That's the pronunciation maybe. It is bringing some Kal. Kal means some danger, is it? Some danger. Baishakhi means something rains. So here what it is good for the jute production. You remind me for the jute. Once I get into that agriculture and that other one, I'll show you what is jute. A time India was a leading producer of jute, all thanks to Kolkata and West Bengal. But now it is Bangladesh. And all thanks to so what? Cotton और jute में India से आगे बचा रहा है. Small country का India से compete नहीं कर सकता. Because if I say jute, you and me have stopped consuming the bags which were made out of jute. All plastic bags. And then you go to any Levi's or any outlet, Nikanda or any, they'll give you a paper mat bag. At least that is better. But you see, this jute was once a rich craftsmanship in India. A carpet worth rupees even 1 to 10 lakhs might have been made. And that's jute carpet, is it? Plastic ka kya ho jata hai? You are destroying the environment and you are destroying the jute weavers also. In fact, I've seen one beautiful video how the jute is done. Okay, let's read surface winds. Plastic ka nahi, there are some polycarbonate material. I'm बोल polycarbonate क्या होता? नहीं मालूम, चुप बैठ.
Sweep over the northern plains of India causing phenomenal increase in temperature.
Underline that, phenomenal increase. What a reading it is. Beautiful. A phenomenal, Rico. Thank you for the pronunciation. Very high. And you write that Lu. Lu, what is there? L-O-O. Sweeps over northern plains causing phenomenal during winter. Underline. Monsoon retreats. Only in certain parts of Tamil Nadu. Where in certain parts of the coastal parts. Certain ko cut karo. Now we don't want any generalized statement. So you guys are all geographers for me. Are you? I hope so. Next is Western Disturbances.
During winters.
Okay. Please.
So,
Western Disturbances. During winter, there is a low pressure depression called Western Disturbance. In northwest India, the rainfall in the northern states such as Punjab and Haryana is due to the Western Disturbances or the cyclones which originate over the...
Underline, this I've already told you. Underline cyclone disturbance and Punjab and Haryana. If I want to keep saying about Punjab and Haryana, there's a Punjabi farmers. They churn the lassi or mix the lassi in a washing machine. Just to show the richness. अभी मैं एक सरदार के जगह पर रुका हुआ तो बोले लस्सी पिएंगे बोले जाओ वॉशिंग मशीन से लेकर वॉशिंग मशीन में कहां से लस्सी आएगी they mix the lassi using a washing machine. Such is the richness. Every Punjab farmer will have a family back in Canada or Toronto or in US because money earned here spent there.
कनाडा के कैनेडियन से ज्यादा पंजाबी लोग हैं।
हाँ चलिए we'll continue with the next नहीं खराब नहीं होता तो सिर्फ इस्लाम डाल के निकलना है नहीं right from day one I'm using it for lassi only ना then why is the detergent coming in you take the break Shrishti and come back after 15 minutes
What are you welcoming me with?
Sir, खाना होगा.
नहीं रे, सिर्फ ठीक तो लिया खाना. Thank you.
So the red one or the orange one is provided. Red one.
हाँ, that's always mine. क्यों ये आज ही देखा है क्या?
हाँ सर हम लोग देखते हैं.
तो मैं लेके अभी बाकी है. I need to buy this small set of. Why not? Or you anything, man. You are such sweetly. I'm ready to sacrifice. Two things, two. तेरे लिए. कुछ नहीं. Better. Okay, we are back now. Shristi, are you back? And now, before we get into that topic, I've got one that video. Hey guys, hold it. Settle down quickly. The entire factors of climate, I've got a one beautiful one. Let's see you understand that, so that you have a. क्या बोलते हैं? हाँ वही दिखा. हाँ तो दिखा रहा हूँ. Hey, is it a share screen scene, Shristi?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's. क्या सर? हाँ तो नहीं दिख रहा तो हाँ. Not enough. Is that enough? Please.
UP. After that, we'll discuss about this one.
This I'll be explaining called rhythm of season in the end. What is the meaning of rhythm of season? In India, we have perfect, blending of all the season one after the another. So this is what she's explaining. नहीं कर सकते रे, हुक को उठा के तरफ पॉकेट में नहीं कर सकते. ये वायर से हाथ में wait.
So I have divided the 12 parts into 4 parts. The first part is the
wait.
that is our rainy season.
पूरा इधर का पोस्टमार्टम करके रखा है.
So here, when I'm going to divide this,
now be quiet.
We will not start the month of January, rather we'll start from the month of March. So first thing is June, July, August, that is the rainy season.
Be quiet. Silence. I have to shout it. Guys.
So why is it very good? Because this time the Tropic of Cancer gets the delayed sunlight, right? As the Tropic of Cancer gets the delayed sunlight, the northern hemisphere becomes very warm. Yet you have to remember, in this season, the temperature rises gradually from the southern portion of India to the northern portion of India. Let's say in the month of March, in case of Karnataka, where the average temperature is 13. After that, in the month of April, the temperature is approximately 80 centigrade in the central portion of India, let's say in the Madhya Pradesh, and at plus in the month of May, in Rajasthan, the temperature is approximately 80 centigrade, right? In this video, we are going to discuss about few storms and winds that we see in the month of March, April, and May. We are familiar with the term U, that is one kind of hot and dry winds, especially we can see the presence of rain in the state of Rajasthan, few portions of Punjab, Delhi, Haryana, and few portions of UP. After that, we'll discuss about few storms that is basically brings little bit of rainfall and accompanied by the thunderstorm.
We have this Kal Vaishakhi. Did I not say these are western disturbances, and the Lu is the hot, dry, dusty winds. That's in the entire North Indian plain. Then we have Mango Shar, that is in Kerala. And look at that word Blossom Shar. I did not give. Blossom Shar is some parts of Kerala again for cherry. In fact, it is there. Right? It is there. Cherry blossom. That's why they have given the name as blossom. So if at all in exam they ask you what is Blossom Shar, you have to write helps in the ripening of cherry. Again, both are in Kerala. But Kerala is not a very popular producer of cherries. We have our own place called Mahabaleshwar. But Mahabaleshwar, I don't think so. It's in the high stage now. Because now they are going more for this grapes, which are good in NAPCO, the vineyards. Okay, there you go.
So this kind of storm is known as Kalvaisaki in the state of West Bengal, Bardoli Chera in the state of Assam, Mango shower in the state of Karnataka, and Blossom shower in the state of Kerala. So we do the quick recap. Lu in the state of Rajasthan, Delhi, Haryana, and few parts of Uttar Pradesh. Mango shower that is in Karnataka. Blossom shower that is in Kerala. Bardoli Chera in the state of Assam. Kalvaisaki in the state of.
And just copy down this in your notebook, everyone. Srishti, you also. Name of the storm and affected states. That Bardoli is not with in our portion, but it is you just copy down. Bardoli Srira. It's an Assam. Copy down. Name of the storm and affected states.
Such strong.
I see. Strong. Take care. Write down. That's okay. You guys are wise enough to take it.
And the name of metro.
Take care, whatever you do. These are some objectives part. I hope nowadays these ICSE is not more into that MCQ type unlike the last year.
Sir, please answer.
Both abhi board mein to nikal
Practice.
Blossom shower, you write Kerala and put it into bracket as what? Cherry.
Cherry blossom.
Cherry blossom.
So how long we have that? Like
Few years, I keep changing.
like 3 lakh kilometers.
I have doesn't more than 5,000 to 3,000 kilometers. I was into that Harley Davidson club. I regularly go.
But you don't have it.
Just 12 lakhs back.
How minimum?
40 ka bhi.
Sir, sir.
तो क्या आप डायरेक्ट वाले का किसी का नंबर बोल के आ रही हो
सर हमारे बिल्डिंग में सिर्फ एक ही है वो कैंपस लिमिटेड है
हां देखा मैं
I am into the club where they give me all people. Showroom type, and I am one of the promoters. And all videos and other things are uploaded on YouTube.
मैं भी मैं स्टाफ
That is Ninja. Ninja में भी नया
हमारे बिल्डिंग में तो एक बंदे ने RXL को
now he's strong. बाद में मेरे साथ ब्रेक पे बैठो आराम से. You want me to talk on the bike line? Maybe I am ready.
Yes, sir.
Enjoy the bike ride also. You can join me. But पूरा वो सब पेंट है, हेलमेट वगैरह.
घर से लेके आओ हेलमेट.
सर एक बाइक कितने में बैठेंगे?
अरे मैं एक ही लेके जाएगा ना, वो क्या कार है क्या पीछे से ट्रॉली लगा के
तो पाकिस्तान में.
चलिए completed storm. Sister, did you complete? And just click on play.
1 minute.
ये क्या करना?
ओए, you play. Let him talk and finish.
अरे किसका ना वीडियो किसने निकाला? वीडियो ऑन वीडियो.
Because I have to explain many things. I need to listen to him.
West Bengal, right? Please remember this one. It is very useful for any. Now we are going to discuss about our next season.
And this is very important. Just pause it. Now this is what I was explaining through my black and white board. Now look at that intertropical convergence zone. Are you understanding? So that is this IT season, and the winds are moving up.
Yes.
Nice. That's what. Nice.
So here you have seen, due to the high temperature in the northwestern portion of India, there's a development of low pressure condition. Because of that, the wind moves from sea to land. So what is the duration of southwest monsoon season in India? That is from June to August. Maybe you are familiar with the term break in the monsoon. What is the break in the monsoon? After having rains for a few days or maybe a couple of weeks, sometimes monsoon fails.
Yeah, please write this in your notebook. Break. in monsoon. Only the last two lines. Copy down from the screen. Quick. Break in monsoon. Then I have to give bust of monsoon zones. Right on.
Sir, it is June to September.
That's okay. June to August, September was for the text. Break in monsoon.
Break in last.
लिखो break in monsoon. And पूरा line लिखो. Only break in monsoon लिखे बैठे. After having rain for a few days, some time monsoon fails to occur for 1 or more weeks. After having rain for a few days, it will take time. Whatever are you sleeping on?
So fast.
वो लिखा मेरे से बोले तो तू क्या? काम दो. So my hand is this one.
Sir, मतलब आप
He is not so strong.
सर बहुत सरकार की तरह सर मैं सिर्फ
आज के बाद नहीं बोला
या जिहादी लोग
थोड़े दिन तो
जाने लोग सर ये
है ना मैंने भी हिस्ट्री में तो कमाना चाहिए because CBC board they were given the entire set and teaching the entire portion of the system.
सर दो सौ
When I say to them which I've never done in
सर
आप लोग बोलेंगे that is a different move. Then I can talk.
For them, change out this.
I'm only.
Hey, you can suggest the online. अरे सर ये वीडियो तो ऑन कर.
Taking for more than 1 week or for 1 week, which is known as the break in the monsoon. What is the break in the monsoon? That is very common question for any kind of competitive exam. So please don't forget to make a quick note on what is break in monsoon.
So that voice is like that.
Now we'll see the temperature in July. Here you have to remember, due to the continuous rainfall, the temperature will fall throughout the India. We have seen earlier the northwestern portion of India, where the temperature is approximately 8 degrees centigrade during hot weather season, but during rainy season the temperature will be 30 degrees centigrade. Even in the southwestern portion of India, the temperature will be 20 degree to 25 degrees centigrade, whereas in the earliest southern portion of India, the temperature will be 30 degrees centigrade. Even if you see the northern portion of India, the average temperature is approximately. You have to remember, for the 6 months before the development of low pressure condition for the northern portion of India.
And now the figure what you are seeing is it is millibars pressure, atmospheric pressure. You see the lowest pressure in the northwestern part. It is only 997 millibars. And look at the highest pressure. It is in South India called Tamil Nadu. What is highest pressure refers to? Temperature is low. I don't understand it. Look at these zones that they have given in the map. It is very beautifully done. 997, 998, 999. It's 100, and then it's 1001, and it comes to 1007. So these are the pressures in the month of July. Which pressure? Atmosphere. Please.
And the pressure will be relatively high in the southern portion of India. Now, we'll see the date of onset of southwest monsoon. You have to remember these are the tentative dates because there is no fixed date for the onset of monsoon. So we'll see the first week of June, or you can see the first June, the wind will enter to the Malabar coast. After that, it will spread throughout the India, and at the end, the wind will enter into the northwestern portion.
Look here, if I want to tell you, it is the just arrival of the monsoon from the 1st June. It's moving up 5th June, again moving up 10th June. So when we are nearing to that July 15th and ahead, it is trying to escape out. Correct? But the wind you have to see, it starts from right from Kerala. Correct? And then if I draw the entire wind set, then the same wind will be intersecting which part of the islands? Andaman and Nicobar Islands as well. So we say Kerala on one side and Andaman on the other side, we have beautiful onset of the monsoon. So as we are approaching higher and higher, two things are going to happen. One, the rate of condensation will decline. Second, it is keep shedding the monsoon. You understand? Shedding means the waters are becoming lower and lower and lower, and slowly it is escaping out of India. And then when I explain the winter monsoon, that is onslaught is from here. And normally, which one? Bob is there. And since they are the winds which are doing like this, trade winds, they are also going to pick up moisture and entering India from here, giving rainfall and then going up. Here it is more thunderous because of the two branch of monsoon. You remember, one is from the Arabian Sea branch and other is from the Bob branch.
Of India, that is the mid-July. After that, we'll see the next season, that is the retreating monsoon season. Here you have to remember one thing, the retreating monsoon season, that means the wind will departure from the country. So what is the duration of the retreating monsoon season? That is the October to November. Now the next question, why the wind are going to retreat from the country? Yes, you already know, for the next 6 months, the southern hemisphere, that means the tropical Capricorn, will get the vertical sun rays. So the low pressure regions will shift from the northern portion of India to the southern portion.
Now, why it is moving out? Now we are saying Tropic of Cancer through the mid of the country. Now we have Tropic of Capricorn, which is to the which hemisphere? Southern hemisphere of the earth. Since the temperatures are going to rise high there, what will be shifting? Low pressure there and high pressure here. So winds are moving from India towards the Tropic of Cancer. Tropic of Capricorn. These are seasonal reversal of winds. Equator is there, but it is on the path. Did I not have a place? Which is that place which is very close to the equator, but it is having low temperature? अभी तो हम लोग ने पढ़ा, not Africa, India के अंदर ही तो एक छोटा place. Kochi is having higher temperature, whereas that small place, Ooty was having, because it is close to the equator. Despite that, it is having low temperature, because these are wind reversal system keeps affecting.
Of India, even the actual water body for the southern portion of India will get the direct or almost direct sunlight. So there will be the development of low pressure condition in the southern portion of India. As low pressure condition will develop in the southern portion of India, there will be the development of convection current, and gradually there will be the development of the cyclone. Because of the development of cyclone, especially in the Bay of Bengal, the eastern coastal belt will be affected in this time. Even the few portion of central India will be also affected. Remember, especially during Diwali time, we are affected by the cyclone sometimes. Why? Because of the retreating monsoon. Again, we'll discuss about another term, that is the October heat. Maybe you are also familiar with this term, because it is also very common question for any kind of competitive exam, even in the board exam. So what is the October heat? Especially in the month of October or late October, what happened? The southern portion of India are affected by the very high temperature and high humid condition. The weather of southern portion of India becomes horrible. So that is known as the October heat. So if you are going to answer what is October heat, you have to remember, you have to give few important points, like the season for the October heat, that is the retreating monsoon season, the month for the October heat, and the associated weather condition related with the October heat, like high temperature and humidity, right? Now we see the date of withdrawal of monsoon. We have already seen at the end, the wind will enter for the northwestern portion of the country.
And now we have already seen the southwest exiting out of India. Now this is the one which is slowly setting in. Setting in from where? It is in the month of September, correct? Where is the date? It is September, again here, 7 September here, 15 September here. And look at it, starts from where? It is 15th October, 7th October and 30th. So these are only we can say a rough kind of dates and the movement of the wind. It again have some local influence. Okay, later.
Even during the time of withdrawal, what will happen? The wind will withdraw from the northwestern portion of the country first, and gradually from the central portion of India, even from the eastern portion of India, and at the last, the wind will retreat from the southern portion of India, especially from the Malabar coast. Please observe very carefully. The duration of rainy season is very long for the few portion of Maharashtra, especially the western coastal plain, few portion of Karnataka, especially again the western coastal plain, and even for the Malabar coast. We can see the very long duration of rainy seasons will warmer, and actually water body will also warmer. So there will be the development. Whereas this season is not well defined in the southern India. That means approximately 5 degrees centigrade. So here you have.
Okay, I'll stop it here. It becomes very monotonous. Okay, so at least you got an idea what exactly we are doing.
Yes,
so this is what. Let us continue with the same part now. Chaliye. Put the next heading in your notebook. The topics. Let's continue. What is it? Jet streams. Jet streams. Please read jet streams. Come on. Shristi, you read jet streams.
The air currents called jet streams in the upper layers of the atmosphere are believed to determine the arrival and departure of the monsoons.
Underline that upper layers of the atmosphere, arrival and departure of monsoon. And you have to write this in your notebook. Separate question comes on what are jet streams. Write down in your notebook jet streams, looking at the volume. Next lines I am going to give. These are high-speed moving winds, jet streams. In your notebook, write down. These are high-speed moving winds. High-speed moving winds observed in the upper layers of the atmosphere. High-speed moving winds observed in the upper layers of the atmosphere. Second point, same heading. Observed in the upper layers of the atmosphere. Second point, it generally determines the arrival and departure of monsoons. It generally determines the arrival and departure of monsoons. The word jet is mainly attached. The word jet is mainly attached because of the high nautical miles. You understand nautical miles? That is the speed of the wind. The word jet is mainly attached due to the high nautical miles. In bracket, now you just double confirm. To the high nautical miles, bracket you write 25 degree nautical miles something. Just check, I'm not very sure. 25 degree. Nautical speed, not degree, 25 nautical speed it is something. Inside the bracket. So jet streams have a deep influence over. So jet streams have a deep influence over bringing in ore. Bringing in ore. Same. Bringing in ore over. The bringing in ore, blowing away. You understand blowing away of the rain-bearing clouds. Oh, it's clear. There is it. Thank you. Bringing in or blowing away of the rain-bearing clouds. Bringing in or blowing away of the rain-bearing clouds. That's it. And now there are a few lines that we have to do it from our volume. This chapter will come to an end. And if you wish, I'll continue with the geography part only, the next part. Okay. So there is one small heading in page number 79 called as Monsoon and its mechanism. So just check any question we have on the same heading. I'll give you a straight away answer and explanation also. Any question on monsoon mechanism? Page number 84, do you find anything? This chapter has good number of numericals and good number of some structure based question. I'll be explaining personally what all the questions you have to do. Okay, there's no questions, write the question in your notebook. Explain the monsoon mechanisms in India. 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 Now come down to page number 79. This is how you present the answer. I'll help you out. Hopefully you'll write. If not, I'll be giving. Look at that first line. You have to write monsoons are the periodic seasonal winds entering India. Monsoons are periodical seasonal winds. Just continue. Entering India from June to September. Second point should be like this. It is caused due to or because of Osabatal. It is caused due to differential heating and cooling of land and sea. As well be nikal deega. Are you understanding? Caused due to differential heating and cooling of land and sea. Two main wind system. वो भी पूरा आता divided वो भी नीचे. Two main wind system. Summer, you have to bracket which one? Southwest. Right there only. Summer, southwest. And winter? Northeast. Northeast. So put these lines in your book. If not, leave few lines and then I'm continuing. Or you want to, you can take it quickly in your notebook.
You have to write it in a para, right?
No, para only. You copy down these lines quickly so that I can continue the answer. Sishi, got it? What you have to do? And just write down those lines in your notebook so that I continue the answer.
Can you repeat the second point, sir?
Which one? It is caused due to differential heating and cooling of the land and sea. It is caused due to differential heating of cooling of land and sea. The next point now. Shall I?
Just a second.
You have written all the sentences?
Yes.
Summer monsoons or SW. Summer or SW monsoon. Next point. Summer or SW monsoon blows from sea to land. Summer or SW monsoon blows from southwest. क्या वो पूरा चैप्टर खत्म होने वाला है SW. Summer or SW monsoon blows from sea to land, giving moderate to heavy rainfall. Giving moderate to heavy rainfall. Giving moderate to heavy rainfall throughout the country. Giving moderate to heavy rainfall throughout the country. Full stop. Continue with one more sentence. It sets the tone. It sets the tone, T-O-N-E. The agricultural calendar or calendar, whatever you pronounce. It sets the tone for agricultural calendar or tone, T-O-N-E, मैं बताऊँ. Calendar of the entire country. Now we are going to write for winter monsoon. Winter or northeast monsoon, NE. Winter or the northeast monsoon blows from land to sea. Blows from land to sea. Blows from land to sea, which brings rainfall only to the coastal parts of AP and TN, which brings rainfall only to the coastal parts of AP and TN. One more sentence. Coromandel Coast. Coromandel Coast. Careful with the spelling Coromandel. It's there in the volume as well. Coromandel Coast is mainly affected by this monsoon wind. Coromandel Coast is mainly affected by this monsoonal wind. That's it.
Sir, can we write 80%, 20%?
That was, in fact, I was bound to give that, but you write for southwest to 80% of the rainfall. Here you write 20% of the rainfall. Now somebody asked me that Khasi Garo and Jainta. In fact, I was bound to explain, but they've beautifully given us the map in page number 82. Just for a minute. We said generally Meghalaya. Many people say Cherrapunji. Cherrapunji was there, but now you have to remember Monsoon Ram. If you try to get the funny name in a very simple manner, you write Mausi and Ram. In Ram, and a Monsoon Ram. Easy. M-A-W-S-Y-N-R-A. Now the question, if at all asked in the board exam, which are the hills responsible for? Are you seeing it in the map? Can you read for me? Khasi, Garo and Jainta hills. If I want to explain here, if I say these are the hill ranges, something like this, we'll say Khasi, Garo and Jainta. Now look at the shape, although it is not in the map, it is looking like that. But we say why this part gets heaviest rainfall. One, you have to write funnel shaped structure. What do you have to write? Funnel shaped structure. What does it mean when any cloud, rain-bearing clouds enters in, there is no way out? I'm saying no. Either it has to bang on both the side or it has to shed all the moisture. So then you have to write it is heavy and concentrated rainfall. You understand the meaning of the concentrated? Samjha concentrated kya hota hai? So this is what you have to write there in the one. Just draw it on the right side of your map. You draw it as if I have drawn it. Khasi Garo Jainta ko jara funnel shape mein bana do.
So that is the point that we have written Andaman and Nicobar Islands, that funnel shape.
No problem. Just draw it next to that small picture that you see. This one. And you write funnel shape. And then you write heavy and concentrated rainfall on Monsoon Ram. In fact, last year I showed some videos of that Monsoon Ram place also. How beautiful and heavy rainfall. If you want to write, the recorded rainfall is this much. It's 1080 centimeters annually. It's so beautiful to understand this place.
Code is not visible, sir.
Oh, I didn't share it. Sorry. तो घारो ही लिखा है ना मैंने. क्या है? अच्छा ठीक है. तो घारो ही है दोनों. Hello. I'll make it as घारो. Correct?
Yes, yes.
And this is one range. This is another range, and Jainta is the longest. Just next to your map only draw it and keep. If at all they ask you why heavy, you have to write these two: funnel shape, no escape out, and all concentrated rainfall. And if Mumbai, if you remember that floods, Mumbai flash floods, it was only 9 centimeters rainfall.
Oh.
But luckily that day Arabian Sea had the highest of the high tide. So gutter waters and sea water together confluence, and we are deep inside the water. And I was also one among them, the victim. I was in Lower Parel. Yeah. That's why I call myself expert swimmer. I should learn, but it is too old to learn now. People will laugh at me. Age में क्या students? And I said, she's also a smart. Only Panvel area of Navi Mumbai was deep in waters. I walked all the way from Lower Parel to Chembur area, and deep dark waters.
He's already shared.
You take up to page number 84 of UT volume, question number 18.
Okay, sir.
Now I'm just reading the table. Carefully understand what the table says. Look at that month, Jan to December, temperature and then rainfall. Now the direct question is the name the driest month. So it is driest, you have to go to the rainfall. You see the lowest is in the month of Feb, is it? Not even Feb, it is in the month of March, 1.3 centimeters. So directly say 18, answer number 1. Same here. I'm using the new volume only. Write down 18, 1 answer. The driest month, write the full line. The driest month is the month of March. 1.3 centimeters of rainfall. Write down in your notebook. That someone will be getting a good answer from me. Then when I am going to question number 2, look at that, I'm reading. Calculate the annual rainfall experienced by the station. Put this question to annual, you have to add the rainfall right from the month of Jan till the month of December. Come on. Simple addition. Slowly add, don't get confused. It's all decimals. Did you understand? Annual rainfall, add all. Jan till December. To do this some next time onwards, I'll do how to do orally. No need to put pen and all. Fatapat jayega. I'm doing the second one, my dear. What is this?
So the down one you have to consider rainfall or.
My dear, look at the question. Annual rainfall. So temperature ko kyun lega? First ka to that is 1.3 centimeters. No. That is will be range. You don't do anything. Only add. 131. So someone has got 131.2 centimeters. Write that in your notebook. The annual rainfall is 131.2 centimeters. Let's check, cross check whether let it be 131.2 centimeters. That's what he has got. I'll do the cross checking. Okay, no problem. We are getting one more answer. It is 129 point something. I will make it personally right now. Let me see how many more answers there. Simple additions. Shristi, how much you got it?
1 to 8.6.
Oh my God. You have gone below that. Hey, look here. How with lease? Everyone. Look here. Now, how do you add orally? You come from the month of December. It is 9. Decimal ke aage bol raha hu. Then 0. Then 6. So 9 plus 6 is 15. 15 plus 9, how much it is? Wait, I'm teaching that oral one. 15 plus 9, how much? 24. 24 plus 3, 27. 27 plus 7, 34. 34 plus 5, it is 39. Then 47. Then 55. And 58. Then 64. Then 70. So put 0.0 first, everyone. 0.0 in that volume itself. Orally we are doing. And it is carrying how much? 7. So again come to the month of December. We have to take the first decimal. Correct? It is 3. 3 plus 7 how much? 10. 10 plus 5, 15. 0 नहीं चाहिए. 15 plus 1 16, 17. 17 plus 8 how much? 25. 25 plus 4 29. Then it is 32, 33, 34, 35, 39. Put 39 ke 9 and keep remaining 3. Let us go to the second point. 3 plus 1 4, 4 plus 1 3 7, 7 plus 3 10, 10 plus 1 11. Then we have 11 11 11 11 bus 11. So it is triple 1 1 कुछ आया ना? और क्या था? No, calculators are not allowed. No, only in degree colleges calculators allowed when we have the scientific calculators. How many are getting at least 129? I think that's the right answer. 129. So that is the right answer. Right on 129. 0.3. ये start हो गया. तुम लोग का tails are always up. So if the decimal is little bit haywire, it's okay. But this is very important. So pick this is the right answer. 129.
Two decimal places, no?
Only 1 or 2. But 129 they'll take it. Let us go to the second one. So third one. What is the annual range? Whenever they use the word, everyone put this formula. Annual range is equal to highest minus the lowest. Take the highest month's temperature. If I say highest month, it is May, not May, June, 32.5 minus the lowest. Lowest is December, I think. Jan, yeah. Jan is 24.5. Just minus it. Highest month minus the lowest month. 88.0. Right there. Right there and write the full sentence. The annual range of temperature is. In exam, they'll check all this.
June minus Jan.
8 degrees Celsius.
Sorry, April is so many.
How much it is?
20.
Hey, sorry, then take April. That is, you have to be very careful. Then that is the right answer. Then let us go to question number 20. The first one they are asking mean annual. Mean matlab average. Annual, that's what you have done. Okay. So you have to annual temperature, add all and divide by 12. The temperature.
For annual range, what is the units that we use?
Temperature only. Temperature they are asking, that is units.
Degrees centigrade, no?
Yeah, correct. And second one, total rainfall, only add all, right? From month of Jan till December. Are you understanding? We are in question number 20. The first question, everyone calculate annual temperature. It is mean. Mean matlab kya hai? Average divided by 12. Abhi karo. Question number 20. Temperature nahi, you take temperature. 23.8, 25.0, 27.7. Add all. Do it. पानी पी रहा है या बना के ले रहा है? You first add all the months temperature divided by 12. Slowly do it because this decimals might a little bit confuse you. That's the only thing. Careful. Divide by 12. This average mean.
Sir, board.
Done? How much did you get?
Board is not visible.
I'm just putting the next chapter only.
28.25.
Okay, correct. I think people have got that only. Then look at the next question, what they are asking. Annual, mean annual temperature. And the next question they are asking 20, what is the total rainfall? Just add the total rainfall. No division, nothing. Yes. What option? I heard the option. Good. Control the left. What it is? That's okay. Human years. So there are a good number of sums. Numericals we'll be doing one by one, but meantime I'll start the next chapter also. Why not? This is a choice, is it? Not similar. There are some minor changes. And that I'll tell you. Don't worry. The third question: does the station have a maritime or a continental climate? If you remember, maritime it's Chennai, hot and humid. Continental, little bit of cooler. Now you look at the temperatures right from the month of Jan till the month of December. If you see, only it is in the month of June, July, August, the temperatures are a little bit higher. But all throughout the year, it is 23, 25, 27. Does it going below 20 also anywhere? No. So generally you look at the winter season. Winter season, what is the temperature? October, November में देखो क्या temperature है? 30, 25, 24. Can I put continental climate here? Generally cooler throughout the year. Generally cooler. Look at Jan, it is 23. Look at Feb 25. March 27. 28. Only in the month of May it picks up, and that also not sharp. It's 30. 30. It is more of a continental. Maritime, it's on a higher side. You're right, continental. Maritime 30 and above रहेगा, straight away month of Jan. Extreme, not entirely extreme like Chennai we can say. Very high during the summer season. Look at the summer season also, it is not very high. How much it is? March or May में April में क्या temperature रहेगा? It is 27, and that is summer in India.
So
the temperature in the summer season itself is low. Achha. And today your other companion, half person not there. Ayan. Yeah, but what school or? No, मैंने half ही बोला. Better to जोड़ मत. Hey, he is in the same or different school? And now everyone put the heading soil resources, put today's date. We'll keep solving every time I meet at least 2 or 3 questions every day. Whenever I'm coming for the lectures. Because I want you to solve all the sums right in my presence. Put the next heading soil resources. What? I'll tell you. I'll tell you before the end of the lecture. Write down this.
document that we were allowed when we were in my degree. I remember I was in my this standard, 15, because I picked up this paper called Econometrics. 10 marks ka sum and 10 marks ka theory. Derivation of the formula we have to write. And there we were allowed to use a calci. Till that time you were not allowed. आप 10th से अगर calci का आदत डालेगा तो फिर क्या होगा? 11th and 12th science you might be, if at all your math subject is the core, then you will face the music. Write down the heading and write down the intro. I'll tell you. Math I had taken, but not entire. My stats was more. Statistics was 60 and math was 40.
So you were taking science?
No, I was not in science. I was into entire arts. That's the reason. I can teach any part of geography or any part of history. So look at formation, then we have types, then we have these, and then we have these. And this chapter, it is as good as that we have done many years. So if I want to define soil, what is a simple definition of soil? Loose, fragmented part of the earth's crust. Right now. Loose soil. Loose, fragmented part of the earth's crust. I'm writing it. Part of the earth's crust, or highly useful for agricultural activities.
But we don't have to write the definition.
अरे बाबा तो लिखना है, वो तो technically लिखना है. I know you should not write, but there is no hard and fast rule. Okay, technical some. फिर मैं आके मारता हूँ तो रोने का भी रेडी रहे. फिर बोल के सर ने मुझे झापड़ मारा तो मैं Write down the next. Soil formation is a very slow process. Soil formation is a very slow process. Hence, soil formation is a very slow process. Hence, soil is referred as non-renewable. Actually, renewable hai. Hence, it is referred as non-renewable resource. अभी इसके पहले sentence क्या लिखा है? He is asking me. I know how to bat him. Why you two are opening your mouth? Did you write the sentence earlier? तो पहला वो लिख. One more sentence and I'll only explain. Slow matlab it will take 500 million years. Will you wait for that? Write down the next line. In India, soil are grouped into. In India, soil are grouped into transported. Soil are grouped into transported or residual soil. Residual soil. Now there is one word in textbook, don't write now, even in the volume it will be there. In situ karke ek word. I'll explain that. Yeah. Now you can stop writing and you can close your textbooks and in situ. Geographical. अरे छोड़ो ना, मैं है ना, फिर क्या क्या इतना नहीं होगा. क्यों? तू आ जा बाहर, मैं तुझे दिखाता हूँ साइड कैसे होगा. Look here now. 10:45 में lecture ends. You can practice so that you are in a serene form of mind to determine what it is. Keep only the volume up. 10:45.
So we have to write that part.
That's okay. It's there in the word. No need. Look here now. When we discuss soil, one thing you have to remember, that formation that I already mentioned. But in India, generally we start from the Harappan, your 9th standard history.
Correct? Till date, India is saying that we are agro-based economy. All our IT sector, secondary sector. But till then, we say Indian agriculture is one of the better in Asia because we are #1 in wheat, #1 in rice, #1 in sugar cane. Brazil is there, competing with India for Brazil, sugar cane, but then it's okay. But what it is very important we have to understand, it is the natural resource. As he rightly asked me, sir, since it is going to be formed again and again, why are you saying it as a non-renewable? But the soil formation is considered to be very slow process.
So that rock becomes like this.
Wait, let me tell you. So generally we have the rocks which are called as parent rock. And if I tell you parent rock, the rock from which the soil comes up after withering. You know withering? So if I explain withering in a simple way, we'll say breaking up of rocks into stones. Stones into smaller particles. And smaller particles finally the soil. Now, why I say the word soil? You utter your mouth. I mean, next you utter when I'm explaining, you're standing up next. And then I'll make you to speak as I'm speaking. So it's so simple to tell you that soils in India are regarded in two. One is this. I'll give the best example of transporter. It is called as alluvial soil. Correct? And then we have residual, we call it as black. Generally black, we don't need to go far. Maharashtra is the best.
Yes, sir.
We get good number of black soil. Then we have this word alluvial, it is transported. What is transported? Formation in one place and found in another place. Here the agents of transportations are running water. Here generally the agents do not very active. So if I see, I find an igneous rock in Maharashtra which is called as Deccan Plateau. If you remember your 9th standard volcanoes, correct?
Yes.
So we say igneous rocks gives rise to black soil. So as he was asking, whatever nutrient the igneous rock will have will be there in the black soil. So can I say igneous rock is the which rock for black soil? I can use the word parent rock. Parent rock, the rock from which it is formed. Even one rock is found, it might take hundreds of years to become even a stone on its own. We are not making. So here we try to understand the word residual. So you have to write soil formation, correct? It is soil formation and its birth. It's in the same place. Whereas transported, formation is in one place and then found in another. That's what you have to write. Formation in one place and found in the another place. Now, why it is so? Now we say the rivers, if you remember your earlier, so this is a sea. Every river has how many courses? Upper course, then we have middle course, and then we have lower course, correct? Lower course is the place where it is joining the sea. We are least bothered. Upper course is the place where it is origin. It is not going to erosion. But this is the place where copious water, so lot of erosion. Now erosion, it has fine silt, it has fine clay, and that silt and clay are deposited. If I want to show you more like a delta, so I say this is a sea. Generally, deltas are formed at the mouth of the sea, something like this. So it keeps depositing. So have you seen a small triangular place? So this is called as a delta. Is it only delta?
Yes.
We have estuaries, we have floodplains. You get up better. Boy, get up. I said get up. So we, कौन क्या किया मैं देख रहा था तो तेरा मुंह बंद कर. No need to look at his face and keep smiling. Hi, others. So when we say these two things are ready, we try to understand the meaning of the word transported and deposited soil or residual soil. Then how it is we are going into types of soil? There are 3 points you have to understand. One is the formation. Second is its rich in and what it is poor in. Exactly you write this in your board exam. And then crops supported. Are you understanding? And the places. So this is what you have to write in if they ask you alluvial soil. If they ask you black soil. These are not very popular, but then these two are very important. India being an agriculturally advanced state, as far as Punjab and Haryana is concerned, this is very important. If I take alluvial separate, I'll say there are two types of alluvial soil. Any idea? Two types. We have one is the khadar or khadar, some people pronounce, and other is the bhangar. Now, how do I differentiate? This is called as newer alluvium, and this is called as older alluvium. Tell me, on what basis we determine this is newer and older?
Young.
Maybe, but how do I know it is young and old? Normally, the older alluvium will have stones, pebbles, whereas newer alluvium will least have stones and pebbles, only fine silt. ये जो beaches का आप sand देखते हैं ना, एकदम fine रहता है. So khadar is the one which has been deposited by river maybe 50 years before, maybe 30 years before, maybe within 100 years. Whereas bhangar is that soil which is deposited more than 100 years old. So even this is fertile and this is fertile. But we say khadar is most fertile, bhangar is least fertile. So generally khadar is the place which is we generally have the Punjab, Haryana and UP. Did I not say Punjab has 5 rivers? What are they? Ravi, Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Bias and Satluj. So based on that, I am trying to say that alluvial soil determines the fate of the Indian agriculture. Is it okay? You remember your 9th standard physical divisions, the entire North Indian plain. So entire North Indian plain is full of alluvial soil. Then we talk about the word black soil. Black soil more in Maharashtra and Karnataka, but generally Maharashtra, it is also known as cotton soil because it supports more of black cotton soil. We said this is nothing but we have a something called as holding capacity, or we call this clayey soil. What is clayey? We say it is high moisture retentive. How do you explain this word? When you see the soil from the top, it will be something like this, cracks might have developed, okay? But when you go below certain one, you can see the soil is still sticky or it is wet. So it is called as moisture retaining capacity more. One is cotton, no doubt. Second is sugarcane. So entire Maharashtra, entire Karnataka, wherever black soil is found, it is normally the cotton and sugarcane. So which is transported and which is residual soil? Out of the two. If I say give reasons, give reasons. You can give reason and sit down. I am warning the entire group, 1, 2 and 3 is already there. I know small things only create a big trouble for me. That's what I made him this time. I don't want to listen to anything. I found you, I made you. Like him, I can call your parents. I can call your parents at any time. I don't want to get into the dilemma of giving judgment here. And that's not my way. ये जो भी तुम्हारा मजाक मस्ती है क्लास के बाहर रखो, उसको ये बोलना फिर वो रेसिज्म बोलना. I warned you earlier also. ठीक है. You have been doing earlier, now you are got for the same. Come on, tell me, anybody, why alluvial is a transported soil?
The alluvial soil is transported by river.
How do you say?
So it the silt is carried and deposited.
Tell me any concrete example. Anybody? Srishti?
So that northern plains.
Thanks. Srishti, tell me the answer. Is alluvial first of all transported soil?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And tell me the reason. And tell me the reason why it is transported.
It gathers the soil from the river.
No gathering, only formation. Gathering क्या है? Market में क्या gathering? Write down that question in your notebook. अच्छा ठीक है, मत लिखो. Try to search in your volume. No. Yes, Srishti.
Because it's fertile from all the sediments that river has carried.
I don't think so. The soil formation is in the Ganges and the foothills, and it is transported till the UP and Bihar. Yeah, I can't say. That is the reason. Formation is not where it is found. Come on, check and tell me. It is volume answers are there. Alluvial soils are transported soil. But where to where? वो तो volume में लिखा, but where to where? That you have to tell me. And then learn and tell me without saying. Learn and tell me. Good.
All.
Only the transported soil reason.
Sir, there are many.
Many. What is that? If I give you many, then you don't eat. Now we give the chance to him to sit up. If we tell all. Only the reasons for transport. Why it is called as transported soil? कहना तो क्या? वो भी उसी ने पूछा. पूरा learn कर. Many. At sitting at one place, you do many. Now standing at one place, don't worry. Your other two friends will join you. That you are saying it's chemical composition. Light, porous, even sheet will be the same. But why it is transported? Simple. Anybody ready? You can raise your hand and I'll give you ample opportunity to deliver your. No, nothing writing.
Names, right?
Which names?
Right?
Which names?
The areas that.
And that you have to learn. How many names are there? Few. Fully. Don't fumble and tumble. Then I'll make you to rumble. The last boy, come on. Only the alluvial and that also why it is transported. And the question you have to remember very simple. One, where it is formed, where it is transported, and where it is formed. That's it.
How it is formed?
How it is formed? The no one is going to deposition of cell. Names. एक काम करते हैं. Every student will answer at least 2 points each. That I will determine. No, I will determine how many points each is going to say. No. Yes, last question. Sit down. He's standing for without no pause. Yes. Any 2 points.
Formation is by
Stand up, I'll answer.
The by still deposition by river. Formation.
Okay. Next person. Tell me standing up. All basic ethics I have to see. Tell me. I'll poke him up with the question. Don't worry. Why only coastal areas? Why only coastal areas? If he's standing and answer, I know how to check him out. Why only coastal areas, man? Why not control? Why only coastal areas? Ek minute. Shristi, you tell me. Wait. Shristi, you tell me any 2 points. I cannot hear your volume clearly, man.
2 points of
alluvial soil, transported soil. Why it is transported?
give me more time.
No, you have to learn quick. Yeah. Tell me. I don't know your name. Please. Why it is coastal areas only? The rivers will not flow deep and interior. It is going to erode only the coastal part. Why to answer? Better. Yes, you. Next. Sit down, boy.
I can tell the places.
Whatever.
The deltas of rivers and coastal plains, coastal strips of the peninsular India, Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal.
तो इतना बोलना नहीं था बस दो
Sir, we just need to say.
बोलने देना उसको, एक मिनट बोलने देना. हाँ, now the last person. Yes. तो ठीक है, तू मत learn कर. एक मिनट. She is learning it for her betterment.
Delta of rivers and coastal parts of Peninsula, India, Punjab, Uttar Pradesh,
Okay.
Jharkhand, Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal.
And now tell me why it is transported.
Sir, पानी है ना सर, पानी नहीं है.
Tell me in English. Hey, you purposely says and you want to.
Sir, नहीं sir.
No, if they are laughing on your stupidity. Sister, you tell me why it is transported. No, you remain silent. It's okay. You want to make friends laugh? You tell them. Sister, you tell me the reason for transported. And for anything and everything, even this girl has a good habit. Sometimes she laughs and conceals. No, मैं देख लूँगा. You don't worry. She has answered at least 1-2 points neatly. मेहरबानी किया. नहीं. हाँ. Sister, are you ready?
With the place's name.
Come on, tell me.
River valleys, coastal, peninsular, coastal strips of peninsular India, Punjab, Haryana, Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal.
Okay. Hey, listen, everyone, volumes are out. Try to find out what is Khadar and Bangar and underline that only. Sit down.
So what is Hamas?
Hamas is the topmost fertile layer. I'll give it if you want. I'll explain.
Yes, sir. Hamas, chickpea Hamas is very high. I tried it.
Write down Khadar and Bangar in the volume itself or find out. Khadar is the newer alluvium, Bangar is the older alluvium. There will be a question, distinguish between Khadar and Bangar alluvial soil. Khadar and Bangar, very important. Either the distinguish or short note. Page number बोल देना.
On the basis of its age, it's a
Just names are given. Just names are given.
No.
Then take to the last page of the volume if you have space right there only. Khadar and Bangar.
Not space here.
Right there. Everyone write.
Page number there is 90 page number.
Page number 90.
95.
Hey, check everyone in 95. Even I am having.
Yes, sir, it is there.
Oh, yeah, so it's already there.
Yeah, sir.
Let me see. Okay, learn this by heart now. That's good.
Now?
Right now. Shall I take some punitive action against you then?
I'll say the first.
No need. You everyone learn it. One person, only 1 point. Page number 95, put a star mark to Khadar and Bangar from Alluvial. It is Khadar and Bangar. So we are into that Khadar soil, Bangar soil. So what is loamy? Loams are, these loams are found. Crumbs बोलते हैं ना ऐसा, loams. Mud crumbs. Yes. What did I say? Khadar and Bangar. I won't allow you to attend the next lecture. I'll pull you inside my lecture in the CBSE. Now you can do any masti. Khadar and Bangar.
So it is calcareous.
Calcareous, high amount of calcium. Right there only, calcium.
Sir, how is it pronounced?
Calcareous also. See some. Takes in the curve, hopefully. So let it be. I know that the other side is it. Why do you look at him? It's okay. People ready now? Now, whoever is picked up, he or she has to tell me 1 point of Khadar and 1 point of Bangar. Connective point. Easy. Now wait. It is very important. Once you learn it, you want me to give it, that also ready. But since I have said no more writing, so you are free to learn on it. And whatever the numerical questions that we have done, how many you can solve and bring it back to me. And the rest I will solve it for you. Okay? Course means it is a rough. And I think Bangar is coarse. And what do you call it? Kadar is fine.
So what is
Kankad, that is pebbles. Hindi word.
Sir, very much vocabulary is given.
Hindi word kankad और पत्थर बोलते हैं ना नहीं वो कंकाल बोलते हैं my Hindi is not so good like you and kankad कैसा स्कल को anyone I hope one person can answer all points not only
so can you just
no in exams anyway you are going to write all the points there is no teamwork is going to come what's it वो तो अभी भी दे रहा हूँ ले ना क्या preparation साल भर बैठेगा lecture में नहीं minimum 3 points on each side ready all 3 points
Color is newer and Bangar is
Bangar it's okay
Bangar is older Alluvial.
You make it alluvial, na?
Color alluvial is found near the river beds,
coastal area,
at lower levels, and Bhangar is found at 30 meters above the sea level.
Very good.
Color is light color, more alluvial, and it is renewable. It is replenished during the monsoon season and Bhangar.
You make it as Bhangar.
Bangar soil is dark colored, coarse.
Let him say. You learn.
Coarse is not renewable.
Okay, very good. I'm observing.
Everything is rough.
You're this one.
yes
Come on, last boy now. If you don't answer, no breaks for you. Quick. Shristi, next you.
It is Kadar is more fertile.
Yes.
As it is renewed by monsoonal floods.
He missed that. Khadar is always more fertile. Give me reason for that. Why?
Because it is renewed by monsoonal floods.
It is renewed and you have to write fine silt and clay. Next point.
Bangar is less fertile. Because
then what?
It's not renewed. But crops can be grown with the use of manure.
Which one is shallow and which one is deeply farmed?
Shallow is Kadar and deeply.
Okay, thank you. Now your turn, boy. Kya he's not saying any answer at all. What happened? Are you not understanding? Or not in a mood to answer what it is? Okay, sit down. Yes, no. You.
Sir, we have to say.
Not you only.
Stand up first. No respect for sir.
Good. At least he's not putting in sarcasm. Did you
stand up?
पीछे कुछ लगा है ना It's okay, say the points. Enough. At least he's saying.
It is found in the lower beds of the rivers.
Okay. What does it is means? Directly it means what? Khadar. Next.
And
एक मिनट तू जरा हट अभी तू जरा भी नहीं सुधरा नहीं what is that laughter for all about no it's okay I'll permanently mend these three stooges it's okay बात नहीं कर तू हंसते ही रह बस जब भी पीटीएम रहेगा ना मैं तेरा पेरेंट्स को बुला के पूछूंगा कि इधर पागल करना है तो लेट बोलना नहीं है you just implement it let me see Like one day I had scolded him for something. At least he is showing some marked improvement. Don't say it. Show it to me that you can. Yes.
It is or Angarga. It is found about 30 meters above the sea level in the river dells.
Okay, that's good. And now this girl. Take minute. Why any stand up now? Remain
Can I
कुछ नहीं. Now you are not allowed. This one. Wait. This girl.
Stand up
Cotton
first.
is more fertile.
Why it is more fertile? Okay, your companion right with you. No. I've told just 5 minutes before.
So she's bleeding now.
Let her. Okay, next you. You sit down. 1 minute.
Cotton is more fertile as it is having fine split soil. And masala is
Fine split soil.
fine soil.
अरे बोलने देना मैं. Fine silt and clay. हाँ next. 1 मिनट. एक 2 लाइन क्या बोल गया पूरा आंसर और जगह पे हाथ में आ गया दोनों का. Now I'm asking him, why are you entertaining him? To turn the set and stand. 2.
Cotton is less fertile as it contains small tiny pebbles.
And stones. Okay. And what else? What else? Let us say. That's it. Sit down. Good. Next. Wait.
Color is light colored and non-porous in the loam and loamy in the river valley.
Nobody told me that loamy point. He's saying good.
And loamy in the river valleys and sandy in the delta region. It is finer. Bhangar is dark gray in color and comprises of calcareous clay.
These are the lines I needed.
It is coarser and comprises of concur.
Very good. Impressed by the point.
Sabko milega na.
Sabko milega. I'm just saying at least he is remembering the point.
It is the
last person. Very good.
It's found in lower beds in valleys near the river, and Bhangar is found about 30 meters above sea level in the river terraces. Other is more fertile soil as it is renewed by the decomposition during the monsoon floods.
Oh, decomposition.
Deposition, sir.
Okay, sit down. Want to add something?
Yeah.
Sit down, sit
Color
down.
is light colored and it is non-porous clay.
Light means which color?
Yellow.
That's
Alluvial is yellow.
light pale yellow. It's one of the same.
Yeah, it is finer and Bhangar is dark gray color. It is calcareous clay.
Okay, sit down. Thank you. Here, we will be checking the numericals of the earlier chapter, and whatever question deals with alluvial and black, you have to solve it in the volume. That I'll see you next time. Thank you. And you are on the mark radar. क्या बड़ा statement बोला? I'll see you. 60 by then. Thank you. रुको. लाने से पहले किधर भागेगा?
Okay, last time we had someone there.
I think she bumped this time. She was there for documentation, but now she's not there.
She might come back. Your is not here. She's not there today. See, last time we had started with. Yes. Last time we started. Now pay attention. You were not there last time, right?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Last time we just started Growth of Nationalism. Okay. And we found out what the definition of nationalism is. Do any of you remember what is nationalism?
Feeling of oneness.
Yes, feeling of oneness.
Common consciousness.
Common consciousness. And when do you have that feeling of oneness or common consciousness? Okay, that was our conclusion. But other than that, when do you have this feeling of oneness? Or common consciousness?
One nation.
When do we have this feeling of oneness and common consciousness? It is said that when you share a common territory, when you have same historical background, when you have same political and cultural background, that is when you may kind of develop a feeling of consciousness. Okay.
Someone.
Now I stop fidgeting. Did you have all your? Do you have all your books?
Yes, ma'am.
You removed everything from your
Yes,
bag.
ma'am.
Good. So now pay attention.
Okay.
So that means. You should have stayed at home.
What did I do, ma'am?
Nothing.
And you are talking to him.
What I said is you should have stayed at home because I don't want to waste my time. It is believed that before Britishers came, India lacked the feeling of nationalism.
Yes.
That feeling of oneness and the common consciousness. There was no common consciousness that we all belong to same territory or we all have a same cultural background. The reason being there were different states. There were different empires. Different empires were ruled by different kings. And therefore people had affection for the king, but plus there was a big barrier, and that was the language. Barrier of language. We could not communicate actually with each other. It took us time. You know, when a person from Maharashtra went to North or South or Bengal, there was a big barrier, and that was the barrier of language. The trade was going on. So the traders could communicate because they always had translators. So there were few people who knew 2 languages, 3 languages, and they helped these traders in trading. So, but other than that, there was no big, huge interaction. That changed after the Britishers came. And how did this, what led to this growth of nationalism? As he said, the biggest point was common enemy. The whole of India had one common enemy, one empire that was exploiting the whole of India. And they were all angry because of that. Last time we had talked about economic exploitation. We talked about how peasants were exploited. Their lands were confiscated. They had to pay huge taxes. And if they don't pay taxes, the lands were confiscated. They were forced to pay, grow cotton and indigo. You had learned that in the previous lesson also. artisans and craftsmen, they lost their jobs. How? Machine-made goods, yes. Because of the economic policy of the Britishers. They turned India only into as a source for raw material. The goods were produced in England. The goods that were produced in England were not taxed, so they were very, very cheap. And the goods that were produced in India, they have a tax very heavy, and therefore Indian goods were very expensive. Indian goods, handmade goods, could not compete with the machine-made goods in England. And so very systematically, they closed down Indian handicraft industry. So Indian artisans, Indian craftsmen, they lost their job. The working class, those who were working in the factories, they too were struggling, suffering, because all the factories were owned by the Britishers. The Britishers exploited the workers. They had long working hours, no safety. They could only all their life, even though they are experts, could only work as workers, and they could never get higher positions. Plus low wages, poor working conditions, huge exploitation. So workers, the workers were the ones who lived in the cities, and workers were the ones who had come from different parts of the country. So they were the major, you can say, group which pushed nationalism, because they had come from different parts of the country, and therefore they shared their problems, and they realized that all over India we have same problems, and therefore now we have to fight against this common enemy. The educated Indians, the cities there were Indians who were educated. Was their condition better? No. Though they were educated, they were as capable, more capable than the Britishers, the English or European people. They could never get higher positions. So all these people realized that our only way to lead a better life or to get a better life is to fight with the Britishers and throw them out of the country. Next. Repressive. So this was one reason for the growth of nationalism. Next is the British policies. The Britishers always thought that they are extremely superior. See, even today, we have great admiration for fair skin. And that is, they say, it is because of the centuries-old conditioning of the Britishers. For centuries, we saw that Britishers were white, and they always considered us low. Though the Indians were intelligent, though Indians were far capable. Yeah, because of this, they say, because we were exploited for so many generations, it's become our conditioning that fair means good. There were many, many policies that the Britishers employed, which led to the growth of nationalism in India. All these policies were very, very repressive, because they wanted Indians, they tried to control Indians in every possible way. First policy, some of these policies. One was, you need to remember, was Lord Lytton. He was the viceroy. Most of his policies were the most repressive ones. First, he infuriated, angered the people. Then he organized the Grand Delhi Darbar. Now, what was this Grand Delhi Darbar? It was a huge function. He organized a huge function to celebrate and announce or to proclaim Queen Victoria as the Empress of India. He wanted to tell everyone, he organized a big function, and he spent lakhs of rupees, don't consider lakhs of rupees in today's time. That was a time when, let's say, common man would earn 4 or 5 rupees as salary. Okay. So that 1 anna and 2 anna, that also had value. In that, during that time, he spent lakhs of rupees on this event. And this was also the time when there was famine in India. Thousands of farmers, thousands of people were dying because of famine in India. So it was the time, see, there was famine in India in most of the parts in the North India. That is very, very rare. See, today, in today's times, you'll not find famines in places like Bengal and Bihar. It's very unusual because these are the areas which have fertile land and abundant water. Then why did they have famine during that time? Because the Britishers just did not invest or put in any money for the irrigation facilities. They did nothing practically. So lakhs of money was spent in celebrating and organizing this function, while thousands of people were dying because of hunger, and no money was spent on them. And therefore, people got very angry. You're earning money, we are paying taxes, you're earning money from us, and you're not even helping those who are dying. So, first, people got angry because of this organization of this and spending of lakhs of rupees on this grand Delhi Darbar. Then he already passed the Vernacular Press Act. What do you understand by vernacular? Sorry? Yes, but what do you understand by the word vernacular?
Use.
The Vernacular Press Act. Do you understand what is press?
Yeah. What is the censorship?
It's about the censorship. But if you understand these words, you'll understand exactly what it is. Press, you know what is press. Newspapers.
Yes.
Okay, everything that has to do with newspapers. Vernacular is the regional language. The English called regional language the vernacular language. So all the regional languages in India are vernacular or the local. Vernacular people or vernacular language. The locals are called vernacular. So the Vernacular Press Act, what was that? The newspapers that were printed in the regional language, they could not print anything without sanction from the British government. They could not print anything that will excite the people against or inspire the people against the Britishers. Basically, the vernacular, because of the Vernacular Press Act, the regional language newspapers could not write anything against Britishers. Okay. This was not, but this did not apply to the English newspapers. Only to the newspapers in the regional language. Again, this made the Indians upset because most of the Indians read newspapers in the regional language. And therefore, when this was done, they could not get the authentic original news. Later on, this was repealed by Lord Ripon, the next you can say, Viceroy who came. Then there was Arms Act. You know what are arms? Machine guns. Okay, arms means guns, weapons. What must have happened because of Arms Act? The Indians were not allowed to carry any arms without permission, without license. But this rule was not applicable to Britishers. Okay. See, there were many British people in India. So the Indians could not acquire guns, could not acquire arms without license. But this rule was not applicable to the Britishers.
So what about the Indian soldiers?
Indian soldiers? No, soldiers are different. Soldiers, during when they are there, they had the arms. But even there, you know, they were not given the more advanced arms.
Sophisticated arms.
Not given. They were given the basic ones. Yes. So sophisticated arms were not given. They were given the basic arm. And plus, once they are done, they have to keep their arms there only when they move out from that place. Then the civil service exam. The age limit was reduced from 21 to 19. So, you know what are civil service exams? IS exams that we have today. That time it was called ICSE exams. And the maximum age limit was reduced from 21 to 19. 21 itself is very low. Today, the age limit, maximum age limit is 32. 32? I thought 29. 32?
No, 21 to 32 is a maximum.
Oh, 32. Oh, I always thought it was 29 earlier. Now they must have raised it to 32. And people start preparing for it when they are 21.
The youngest is 21 when they start.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, youngest one.
They start in 11th and 12th.
Of course, they started 11th and 12th.
What do they study?
Depends. There are many subjects, and plus you have one subject is whatever you graduated or whatever you choose. So you have to choose 2 ways. Plus they have many different papers.
Some subjects like a mock test. It is very hard to grab. Yes,
see, one is English or whatever language you choose. You can choose any regional language of your choice, or you can choose English. Now, if recently somebody had, just last year somebody had passed me this English paper, they give you topics and you have to write on those topics. अगर वो topics समझा भी ना जो लिखा हुआ है, वो भी बहुत होता है. They are very, it's very interesting actually. The topics are very interesting, but they are both. It's a combination of today's political, social scene. So you have to write your interpretation about it. Science also. There is one paper, general knowledge, which covers practically everything.
Yes, ma'am, the most important part is that they have to about universes also. They have to give information about the people that read.
So there is one current affairs. So in the general knowledge, there is current affairs, and there is grand, you know, at glance, everything and everything. Next is if you, whatever your subject is, if you have taken, if you have chosen history or if you have chosen biology, whatever your core subject is, there will be one detailed paper on that. So it's a lot of study. As he said, people start studying from 11th. There is in Delhi, there is something called ICSE village where children only sit there and study. Or if you go to universities, you'll find there are children who just sit there and study for ICSE. It's one of the most difficult languages in India. Quota is for engineering, not for this. So, what I'm trying to say is, today's ICSE exam, if you understand what it is, people start studying or start giving exam at 21. They had reduced this age limit from 21 to 19, thus making it only for Indians, thus making it impossible for Indians to pass it, but extremely difficult. So, if Indians can't pass, they can't become or join civil service. So, most of the civil servants will be Britishers. Being a civil servant or IS, whatever the casualty, it's not a casual thing. Yeah. The country is run by not politicians, by these IS officers. They are the ones who make policies. Politicians are the ones who only talk about it. So, yes, a huge amount of black money. Just the other day, one lady officer, she had some, I can't even tell you how much, 20 crore or something. ED found 20 crore cash in her house. So you can imagine. They were counting 20 crore cash.
What
Cash in 1988.
It is nothing.
There was a Congress. That's for काम कैश निकाला शर्म आनी चाहिए पता नहीं कितना चोर घर पे पड़ा है बाहर कितना रहेगा
मैम वो अब्रॉड अकाउंटेंट ट्रांसफर करना है
हवाला की
Okay, let's come back to this. Okay, let's come back.
तो मैं हंस के नहीं घर पे कितना कम नहीं करा
मैम कैश क्यों रखते हो
हेलो अभी समझा बहुत होगा let's come to civil service here reduced from 21 to 19 import duties on British textile were removed. Import duties, so British textile had no import duties, that it just killed Indian markets. Then came Ilbert law or Ilbert bill. Abhi, what happened because of this Ilbert bill? See, actually this Ilbert bill wanted to establish equality between the British and the Indian people. What it said that the way Indian people, like Indian people, even the British nationals will be, judged or will be, can be tried. You know what is tried? In the court of law. If there is an Indian judge, the Indian judge can try Indian as well as the British nationals. Now the British people did not like the idea that they will be judged and tried by the Indian judge. Indian judge and English judge, they both passed the same exam. They had both had same qualification. Both could speak same language. In fact, Indians could also speak the regional language and English very well. But the European people felt it is an insult. It is below their dignity to get tried by an Indian judge. And therefore, they started protesting against it. Actually, this Ilbert bill, they tried to, bring a balance. They said, okay, let's have equality between British and Indian judges. But they had to cancel this bill. They had to cancel this bill. The European people made it sure that they will not be judged by the Indian judge. They will never have a trial by Indian judge. And the British government fell for it and they repealed the law. They cancelled the law. So this made it very clear to the Indian people that we are no way here. Britishers are here to suppress us, to show us that they are inferior, and at every opportunity treat us low. So that upset yes.
And the Indian judge was a trial for them, or he was appointed as.
See, if there is any problem, if there is any, suppose you have a case. So you can't choose a judge, There are different courts. So your case can come in front of any judge. But if they said, if you're a Britisher or a European person, and if I'm the judge, you can say, this is an Indian judge, I don't want her, I'll go to only a British judge or a European judge. So only a European judge?
And I want to say that they were trying that Indian should be judges, or he was just, or the judges were appointed.
See, the Indians, the educated Indians, when the Britishers came, they started schools and Indians started taking education. And when Indians started studying, they started giving different exams. See, earlier there were these princely states, and there were people who were working for the princely states. So they were all working on the high position. So here, what happened? There were middle class who started studying, started taking education. And when they started taking education, they also started giving different exams. started passing those exams so that they become judges. There were so many who had passed civil service exams and taken up a job there, who had passed the Justice Standard 8. He was called justice because he was a judge. So there were many Indians, yes. So there were judges, there were people, but they did not have equal rights as the European people. See, to judge so many Indians, they'll have to empty the entire England. If there were Indians who were in the government appointed as officers to work as judges, lawyers, and civil servants also. कुछ समझ रहा है क्या? Okay, good. Before going to social religious reform, let's mark these answers. Okay? Very good. Yes, I'll make it sure. Term nationalism. Explain the term nationalism. So what have you written? Okay, nationalism refers to the feeling of oneness, that whole paragraph. Themselves as one nation. Next, why was the feeling of nationalism lacking among the Indians before the arrival of British? Yes. Next paragraph.
So now we go to that paragraph. Nationalism and though India had
long
history on the British.
Okay, India was never a one nation and comprised many kingdoms. There were vast portions of India which came under the rule of one empire. What have you written? The loyalty of the people was towards a particular king or kingdom. The modern feeling of nationalism was lacking among them.
It was during the British rule the main as a reaction to the British rule and the clash of interest of Indian people with those of the British. That point is not asked.
If your teacher insists on that, then fine, but that is not required.
Okay. That is not asked from region.
You can write the above sentence. India was never one nation. It comprised of many kingdoms. And the loyalty of the people was towards a particular king or kingdom. And the modern feeling of nationalism was lacking among them. Have you got the answer? Because your answers are all over. State two reasons for the development of nationalism in the late 19th century. What are the two reasons? What are the two reasons? Exploitation and repressive. British. Imperialism. Okay. The economic exploitation and the repressive policies by the British. British imperialism can also be the correct answer. Will also be the correct answer. You can write any of these points. Socio-economic, social-religious reform movement. That is also one of the reasons. Give two reasons. Give any two examples to indicate that the British followed the policy of economic exploitation in India. Points from economic exploitation. So write about the peasants and educated Indians. These 2 points are very, very easy. Government took away large part of their produce in the form of land revenue and taxes. The exorbitant taxes led the peasants into clutches of landlords and money lenders. and educated Indians. The only employment available to educated Indians was government service, in which competition was high, chances of promotion were bleak. Where then? Many had the British economic policy of the country created the military system under which the present was entirely. 1 minute, let your friend come back. Just go and ask where your friend is.
Ma'am, maybe he did not do his business in the morning.
Ma'am, he took the phone.
Gone.
Then
Okay. Then you come here. Let him come back.
He's doing 40.
Big one.
1 minute, I'm just going through her answer. It's a very big answer, but it's just for 2 marks.
And which answer?
She wants to know the question number. 2 reasons, 2 examples to indicate that British followed policy of economic exploitation.
I'm answered, you have to do question.
Try to write it in short. Write about peasants and educated Indians. Do you have that point? Show me a note. But your answer is correct. Yes, in your textbook that is the answer. You got the answer? Give 2 reasons for industrial stagnation during British rule in India.
Page 25.
Page 25, point number 3. Sorry, point number 2, artisans and craftsmen. The British economic policies were against the interest of the Indian trade and industry. The English East India Company used its power to destroy Indian handicrafts and industry. India became a source of raw materials for the industries of Britain and a market for its finished goods. Got it?
Yes, until livelihood.
Till
livelihood.
No, full para.
You can write full para, but that you can skip that last point also.
I mean, if it is for 3 marks, then
3 marks, then yes.
Ma'am gave all the answers in extract or 3 marks.
Okay. Okay. But if you find it difficult to remember, then those 2 points are also enough. If you write all 3, fine. Give 2 reasons. Okay. What role did the press play that we have not done? That we move to that. Question number 7. Who passed the Vernacular Press Act? So it was passed by Lord Lytton. And what impact did the act have on Indians?
And they were not allowed to print any. Ma'am, they had to get the press act.
Yes.
And not print any information that will incite the feelings of the
Feelings?
the triggers, excite the trigger.
Yes, excite feelings of dissatisfaction. Excite the feelings of dissatisfaction against the British government. Answer is on page 26. First paragraph. Hey.
No, I don't know.
Don't get so excited.
Ma'am, I don't know.
What role? Okay, what?
What is he doing?
Who repealed?
I'm not. Ma'am, now don't let him in. I'm locked the door.
करके आया है वो। अरे पहले तो पैंट में लगी भूल जाएगा। बाकी क्वेश्चन क्या तुमने माफ की तरफ से क्या तो उसका ये वाला हाथ चांदी का पागल है इसका। अरे आवाज नहीं क्या ये नहीं बेचता हूँ सारे नाम से क्या कर रहा था अबे क्या कर रहा था आप मेरा नाम मेरे आता है जी भाई अभी कुछ सैनिटाइज कर हां भाई सीधे क्या रखनी मार रहा था ये बच्चे काम कर what are you doing 8 question
Who repealed the Vernacular Press Act?
Lord
Ripple. What impact did the act have on Indians? Yes, it
and they were not able to get the information.
This is what
हमारा नाम है
so just page 26, the last right hand side, second paragraph. The repressive policies of the British provided a stimulus to political agitation and quickened the pace of Indian nationalism. Then, okay. अभी आगे का करेंगे. Now you have the social-religious reform movement. Before I go to the social-religious reform movement, children, I want you to learn question number 4. Question number 7. And question number 1. I'm giving you 5 minutes. Learn these answers now. Question number 1. 147. I'll write it here. Question 1, 4, 7. I think we are doing that lesson. I was doing what?
Last chapter.
That you study on your own. So before we go ahead, we learn these 3 answers and then we'll move on. Question number 1 is, what is nationalism? Term nationalism. First question. Do you want me to write the questions on the board? That's fine. If they are not the same in same words, but the meaning is same, right? That's my idea. That's fine. You learn this. You know which questions we are learning? You are learning. See history, if you just 1 minute. History, if you learn sentences after sentences, It is very difficult.
And ma'am said we have to learn word to word. One word means full cut. And ma'am said, who is your ma'am?
You know what?
Ma'am, I know how Tulsi ma'am, because this is not how Tulsi ma'am.
She is very evil, ma'am.
But we have, but there are
Come on, guys.
Yeah, 1 minute. You can learn that way, but see, you have by the end of the year you have to learn this whole textbook. This is just one subject, so it's not possible to if you have a real good memory, you will remember. But what you remember is keywords. If it is nationalism, feeling of oneness, common consciousness, and then remember common consciousness towards what?
Ma'am, only definition we have to learn word to word.
That is science. Science के definitions.
I mean history also.
Okay.
I'm talking about history.
Definition.
See children, if you can, very good. But those who find it difficult to learn, remember the keywords. Okay, this is for them. If you can remember sentences after sentences.
And that examiner is just going to check your keywords in the paper. Keywords.
So,
yeah.
yeah, boys, you have 5 minutes. If you can't answer, you will write this that particular answer twice. So learn. Why don't you go sit there? Today, Ayan, no? Ayan?
And his exam is going on. What's the exam?
Also, international company.
So they are not done with the exams yet. The school is still on.
I'm pretty done now.
I'm 10 exams are going now.
I'm फालतू है कुछ काम करनी है
I'm no one is studying and going up 4 chapters to read.
मैं कुछ की इज्जत नहीं है कुछ की इज्जत नहीं है
कौन सा स्कूल है
अभी वो कुछ इज्जत नहीं कर पा रहे स्कूल
हम वो जादू है
तेरे को बोला कुछ चल बाहर जा
क्या नाइस
अरे यार मन में करना भाई तुम यार क्या करना दोनों ऐसे ही है
Shrishti.
Yes, miss.
Yes, Shrishti. We just marked few answers and they are learning question number 1, 4 and 7 right now.
Of chapter 2.
This is chapter 2. You learned the first answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 5 minutes are over.
Ma'am, you can ask.
Nationalism, the term nationalism? Let's start from the last question.
Nationalism refers to nationalism refers to the feeling of oneness and common consciousness which emerges when the people of the same people share the same cultural, historical, and political background.
Have same cultural values
and
consider themselves one nation.
one line.
Yes, common territory.
Yes.
Nationalism.
Nationalism refers to the feeling of oneness and the common consciousness which emerges when the
Yeah, I can understand.
people in the same territory share historical, cultural, and political background and have the same cultural values and consider themselves as one nation.
Nationalism refers to the feeling of oneness and common consciousness that emerges when people share common background.
Which background? Common?
Cultural. Historical, cultural, and political background.
Have the
same cultural, the same language, culture.
Yes, cultural values and consider themselves as one nation. Write this answer. Yes, nationalism.
Nationalism refers to the feeling of oneness and common consciousness. They share the same territory, living in this common territory and share same historical, political, and cultural background, and have same cultural values.
Consider themselves
and one nation.
Really. Please write it in points, huh?
Yes. But it is definition.
Yeah, but then he learned it. But if he remembers the points, fine. Next, question number 4. Give 2 examples to indicate that British followed the policy of economic exploitation in India. Learn this answer? Give the answer.
Ma'am, the British took away large part of the produce in the form of land revenue and other taxes. India became a source of raw material for the industries in Britain and became a market for their finished goods.
Okay, good.
And the exorbitant taxes.
The exorbitant taxes led the peasants into the clutches of.
Ma'am, that is not important. That is not important.
Led the peasants into the clutches of landlords and moneylenders.
But that is not important.
But he has written that fine.
Ma'am, he has written on 3 marks. Only 2 points needed. 1 mark for each.
Question 4. 2 examples that tell us.
British economic policy in India led to British economic policy in India.
See, you can go because you gave the correct answer.
British economic policy in India led to impoverishment of the country.
You tell, I'm listening.
All the farmers, artisans, craftsmen, and the later factory workers were reduced to penury due to the partial economic policies of the British government in India.
Very good. See, her textbook is different. So this is the answer given.
What is all?
So I have a half-page answer. Can you read this answer?
Only two.
Okay, okay.
Only
Now
two
you
marks.
remember. Try to remember. Try to remember. Try to remember.
And what?
Same answer. Question 2.
The peasants are treated as very high taxes were imposed on them, and their large part of revenue was taken by the government in the form of land revenue, and the exorbitant tax given by the landlords and moneylenders led the
Peasants in
the peasants. Letting the peasants lose their lands and very much in
the British economic policy against
the
or you can talk about the educated Indians. Okay, fine. Okay.
None of the artisans and the craftsmen had a big cost.
One ready first give the answer, then you can talk.
India became a source of raw materials and
the industries in Britain and a market for their finished goods.
I mean, you said half of the answer.
Yes.
To
learn that. You give your fourth answer and then you go. Okay. Then you also wait. Give the fourth answer. You are ready with the fourth answer? First? Next is seventh. Give the seventh answer. That is easy. Seventh answer.
Lord Lighter part the world.
Yes.
And but the question of answer, the president any material that might lord the feeling of dissatisfaction.
Yes. Shrishti, have you learned anything? Hello, Shrishti. Okay. You finished learning? You know what? 1 minute. He finished learning. Gave the correct answer.
I'm लेकिन मैम दूसरों को नहीं पढ़ने देना
Ma'am, leave word.
Tell me the seventh answer now.
Ma'am, the Regular Press Act forbade regional language papers to print something that might incite feeling of dissatisfaction among the Indian people against the British world.
Feeling of dissatisfaction. That banned the Indian regional. And who passed it?
And the British newspapers were not.
Yes, British newspapers were not part of it. I forgot it.
My t-shirt is red now.
Shanti.
And which one? I have this one, 7th one or 4th?
Fourth one, no?
I'm just
Which one are you giving? Yeah.
I'm mistaking. Ma'am, this is minor book.
You know what? So you haven't learned and given any answer so far.
You can ask the first one also. The first one is the easiest. Yes.
Shandeep, if you don't give that answer in next 2 minutes, then you'll have to write that answer. और तुम्हारा क्या है? Okay. 7th one.
I may see.
I'm saying the question. I'm not like you.
Okay, who passed the Vernacular Press Act?
About
Okay. See, don't try to remember the date. Here it is not required. इतना बोझ मत देना. Yeah.
Are you on to say?
Then, what did it include?
I mean, it is include that it should not print against the British.
It should not print anything that will excite the feelings against British. Feeling of dissatisfaction against the British government. You learned the fourth answer? Yes.
स्टार्टिंग में ग्राउंड में रहते थे मैग्नेट
वो तो हाईवे में रहता है The entire capsule is in the magnetic field, and it is suction force. Your body, you are sitting idle. तो वो camera रखा है सामने तो उनको दिखना है.
आवाज आ रहा है कुछ?
हाँ, thank you. ये हिस्ट्री मेरे क्लास में नहीं है, तो वो वाला क्लास को ज्वाइन कर लेगा. हिस्ट्री वो ICSE की बच्ची है. हाँ, CBSE का क्लास में जाना. पूछ ले. उनका हिस्ट्री चल. And your body is not going to vibrate what they have shown. If it is vibrate, heart rate is छोड़ो. मैं भी तो नहीं बैठेगा. Exactly. That's what I'm giving you. Plane atmospheric pressure is very high, and you cannot breathe in. Everything is maintained by the body of the this one. Even when I flew 3 times during the high COVID special time, they said best is aeroplane because every 5 or 7 minutes, aeroplane tries to remove all the air out and brings the air in. वो अभी हमको कैसा मालूम पड़ता है? But everything is done by that machine only. So that is, they said, highest COVID I flew one part of to other India. I still remember airports को मैंने life में इतना कभी deserter नहीं देखा. बॉम्बे एयरपोर्ट, मतलब जाके उसको दिखाने से पहले भी करवा दो. मतलब हाँ, किधर मैं थोड़ी करने को चिपका. हाँ. मैडम इतना 1000 किलोमीटर में तुमको लगता है हवा में उड़ेगा? Much faster than the Boeing jet. That's what he told. तो क्या होगा? देखो, all the danger the company has to take care. Not it is your and
And priest son will become the next priest.
Yeah, basically the caste system. A priest's son will become another next priest, his son will become priest. So they believe that there should not be hereditary. Yes, that is in social sphere.
Miss, you're not audible. Miss, you're on mute.
Yes, Shrishti, I hope you can hear me now. We are talking about Rajaram Mohan Roy. And then they have mentioned many. They have mentioned Rajaram Mohan Roy, who established Brahmo Samaj. They talk about Dayanand Saraswati, who established Arya Samaj. Vivekanand established Ramakrishna Mission. And Jyotiba Phule, who established Satyashodak Samaj. But in this lesson, we are going to talk about two prominent social reformers. One is Raja Ram Mohan Roy and the other one is Jyotiba Phule. Now remember, when we talk about Raja Ram Mohan Roy, it is, the times are 1800, 1814, 1812. So it was 1814 when he said there should not be, see, we are in 2022. So in 1814, he said we should stop the practice of sati. He criticized the practice of sati. He criticized, what do you say, caste system. He criticized the injustice done to women. He criticized child marriage. He said that widows should be allowed to marry. So these were the revolutionary, you can say, thoughts during that time. I'll just tell you a short story so you know how it all started. Not related to the lesson, but you need to understand the gravity, like what Raja Ram has done. You see, it is said that he was basically a sensitive person.
And he was
sorry?
ahead of time.
Yeah, much ahead of time. He was basically a sensitive person. He had studied English, he studied Persian, he studied Hebrew, Sanskrit, of course, Hebrew, because he wanted to read Bible in detail and understand he did not want to read anybody else's interpretation and understand. So he had read so many language texts and he had studied so many languages. So he had a very broad worldview. So he had learned so much, read so much, intelligent man, and a very sensitive person. The story goes that it was of course a joint family, and in those days, there used to be a child marriages. So the girls would get married at a very young age of 8 and 9 and come to this house. So he had his sister-in-law, elder brother's wife, who was married into their family. They were both of same age. They practically grew up together. It so happened that he lost his brother. His brother died. His brother died because of some old earth. In those days, mortality was very high. He fell sick and died. And as the custom goes, his sister-in-law, she was like his own sister. She was like his own sister actually. They had grown up together. She was forced to go sati. Now you know what when we say sati, उसकी भाभी.
ठीक है, भाभी को क्यों मारना है? वो मरा थे. अरे बीवी को मारना था. बीवी. अरे मारना नहीं था. उसका सती में तो वाइफ को जलाते ना. अरे राजा राममोहन रॉय मर नहीं मरेगा.
राजा राममोहन रॉय का भाई मरा और उसकी भाभी को सती जाना.
तेरी भाई की पत्नी को क्या बोलेगा? मेरी भाई
okay, so
ma'am, that Raja is looking like Raya is someone else.
He's God.
No. So now this one, now as I said, they both had grown up together. She was like his sister, and you have whenever we talk about sati, we have this idea of what is portrayed by the Hindi movies, that she very bravely, this woman walks to the chitta and burns herself. It never ever happens that. Imagine you in that position. You have lost your husband. Yes, you're sad, but you will never burn yourself alive for him. Nobody will ever do that. So when these people were sent, the women were taken to sati. This is a wrong image that is created in our minds by the Hindi movies. These women were pushed, they were dragged, and they were pushed in the fire. Because yes, you're sad you lost your husband, but think, you're a human being. Will you die? No. Will you burn yourself alive? No, never. You would always want a chance to live. So it was a very traumatic situation for Raja Rammohn, and he had already lost his brother, and his loving sister-in-law was just like his own sister, with whom he had practically grown up. He could see, he tried to stop, but couldn't stop it, was dragged, and
he was Raja.
Raja was the title given to him much later for his contribution to social and religious reforms by the British. Sorry? Run and go where?
कहीं जाते हैं
So, see, it's very easy to pass these comments today. But even today, if you have to run at that young age, the girls used to be very young. The girls used to be young, 20, 18. You are in shock. And there is the whole family. There are people around you.
We need someone to run.
Yes. You can't just run away and do what? So, basically, they would not even probably give them chance to run. That was one thing that shook him to his core, and he decided to bring about changes. He also, and for that work, he founded Brahmo Samaj. Through Brahmo Samaj, see, because of his efforts, William Bentinck, you need to remember this name.
We have in the previous chapter.
Bentinck.
He abolished.
What did he abolish?
Sati.
Yes.
Now spelling is wrong.
But that is the spelling in
CK. Yes.
Once again, abolish Sati. Parda system started a campaign to abolish Sati. Parda system advocated rights of the widows to remarry because, as I said, the girls used to be very young when they would become widows. And once they become widows, they were allowed to do nothing. They had to wear, if you are in the south,
they had to shave their head. They used to live in a room that and they were not allowed to come.
But they are going to abolish Sati.
Yes, they are going.
Now, this practice of Sati was, this custom of Sati was practiced only among the Brahmins of Bengal. And that was the most common practice. Okay. It is not that thing all over India. The minute the husband dies, women went pushed in Sati. It was very much practiced among the Brahmins of Bengal. Certain Brahmins in certain communities, in some other states, like very rarely in Maharashtra, and it was a practice. It was practiced in Rajasthan.
I mean, Kalinga, they showed that the Shuka was very devastated. That was all the soldiers and the wives also had died.
So that is. But you said that 90% of them are.
But 90% of them were not Brahmins. And the others had to live as a widow. So in other communities, they were widows. The widows, as you said, had to shave their head. They could not practice. They could not participate in any program. They led a very, very sad life. So many times, the girl would get married at the age of 8, 9. Her husband would die at the age of 13. And from the time she's 13, she had to wear that usually a saffron color sari. In the north, maybe it's the custom of white, but mostly it is that, saffron color or reddish saffron color sari, shave off her head, and lead a life. She had no life basically. Live in the house, could not attend any function. She was considered inauspicious. So they had a very, very sad life, right from the age of 12 and 13. That is the time to enjoy and play. So he started this widow remarriage. So he started his practice, that custom, that rather started telling people that widows should be allowed to remarry. Because of his efforts, Bentinck passed the law. He realized that just by telling people it would not work, there should be a law, and he passed a law making practice of sati illegal and a punishable offense. He also did lot of work.
Ma'am, but shouldn't sati already be illegal because it is murder? They used to drag the woman.
Yeah, but then they should show that way.
Ma'am, so now they will do, why they show us now?
Ideally,
now this is not shown.
It is not shown, but then last time it was shown to him that.
It would hurt the sentiments of the people. वो मूवी में दिखाया था.
So that was what I'm saying कि कोई खुद नहीं आता है.
Ma'am, it should be intentional. That's why they do it. Otherwise, they'll start sentiments for Bajira. दिखाना बंद कर दिया. पार्टी का बंद कर दिया.
He was also the one who started newspapers in Bengali, English, Hindi, Persian to spread his ideas. See, now understand we are talking about the times 1814, 1817.
But were the people able to read the newspaper?
So therefore, in Bengali, so the people could read Bengali, Persian, Hindi. So these were the languages that people could read, and the educated Indians could read English. And educated Indians and the Britishers also. Also fought for political rights for the people of India. Jyotiba Phule. Again, Jyotiba Phule, you can say, is the one person who represented urban educated people, the people living in the urban areas. He was the first one who started a school for girls.
There were missionaries.
There were missionaries who had you know what? I'm extremely surprised that you have never heard about Jyotiba Phule. This is not a good sign. No, what I'm saying is, it is shocking. Not funny at all. You know what I always tell children, that when we talk about Britishers and English historians, we are mesmerized by them. We look at them with such respect, as if, and what they have done is nothing but exploit us. These are the ones who work for our development. These are the ones, that's why we are sitting here. These are the ones why we are sitting here. So Jyotiba Phule, educated Indian, advantage, he was the one who did not belong, see Raja Ram Mohan Roy at least belonged to the so-called higher caste, and therefore he got an opportunity to pay attention.
Yes, ma'am,
opportunity to get education. Jyotiba Phule, he studied and he realized that education will only improve the Indian society, and half of the, I have to complete this, half of the Indian society, I'll give you next 15 minutes.
Ma'am, you can give extra.
Half of the population is women's population. So Jyotiba Phule was the first one to start the school for girls. There were no schools for girls. Missionaries started schools for boys. Girls were not going to school. Yes, but then there were English schools and not all girls were allowed to go. Okay, what he did, he realized that if a man is teaching, people will not send. So he taught his own wife. And his wife was the first woman teacher. And she started a school. And it was not easy. She would go house to house asking the girls to come to school. So Jyotiba Phule worked for the upliftment of women. And he also worked for the depressed classes.
Thank you, ma'am.
We continue about Jyotiba Phule. Shrishti, you have a break of.
She took a long break. She was 51 minutes late.
तेरे को पता है क्या लोग में लौड़ा होता है तू ही है पता है क्या तेरे बाप का रख तेरे बाप का रख तू क्या जल्दी प्रोड्यूस कर तेरा नहीं है भाई यार पे तू ऐसे भी बोलती है भाई तेरी आर्टिकल में इतना नहीं करता ये नॉर्मल एक्सप्लेन कर दो कैमरा चालू करता तेरी माँ को नहीं है क्या भाई ना तेरी माँ को लौड़ा करते हो लौड़ा करता है तुम्हें मार करके यूज करना लौड़ा करता है चूतिया कैसे लड़का मार तो लौड़ा है नहीं तो आदि भी करेगा देखा ऊपर करेगा बहुत आला लड़का जगत आने का मतलब जगत आने को इससे भी शादी करे हमारे साथ आएगा ना मार मेरे को अरे मेरे फुल पे नहीं बोलते एक बार अभी जाकर मार के लोग आएंगे आएगा क्या है ना यार तू बंगाली बंगाली को बोल रहा हूं मैं करता हूं आधो चार बस मराठी माणूस ने काय देवता मातेला कुठे तर मात्रे पाटी तांबे तू बोका त्याला बांगलादेश मध्ये बोलतो तेच मागायला आपण डायरेक्ट सातारा सांगितलं सातारा हे सांगली पण नाही बांगलादेश मध्येच बोलतो एक जण आहे चल ना बाहेर ऑर्डर में आता है बांग्लादेशी शाला अभी एक मिनट बायोडो के बाद माइक ऑन है क्या माइक क्यों ऑन रखा है लेकिन भाई
Miss, you're on mute.
जिसको बाहर जाना है जाओ। अभी हो गया तन्मय? I told you those stories because when you hear those stories, you remember what we are. When you hear the stories, it is easy to remember. So I told you the story of Rajaram Mohan Roy. So you will remember that he fought for Sati. He fought against Sati, fought against child marriage, fought for widow remarriage. So everything related to that in the social sphere. In religious sphere, Shrishti, I hope you're there. In religious sphere, he said that polytheism is the main problem, so we should go with monotheism, worship of one God. He said most of the scriptures tell us that God is one. Established Brahmo Samaj. Then we came to Jyotiba Phule. Jyotiba Phule worked for women's education predominantly because he realized that only with education the things can change. He established the organization called Satyashodhak Samaj. He established Satyashodhak Samaj. As I told you, he started the first school for girls. He educated his own wife, named was Savitribai Phule. She is called the first woman teacher of India. And because he realized that if a woman teacher is there, then people will readily send their daughters to school to study. She went from literally house to house, requesting people to send their children, send their daughters in school. The times were difficult. As I said, these are the times of 1850, 1873, 1850 onwards. Girls or parents were not ready to educate their children, daughters. Now we are not only talking about the so-called high caste girls. The school was open for everyone. That is the girls from high caste and lower caste equally. So that was a very difficult thing for the Indian society to take. You must have heard the stories that how she would walk to go towards the school and people would throw dirty water, stones on her. So she would always carry an extra sari with her because she knew that people would throw cow dung on her. People would throw dirty water. They would throw stones on her. So she would reach school. She would change and then start teaching. So when we talk about these people, it was not a very smooth walk for them. See, even today, if you want to do something different, today it's worse. Today, because of the social media, everybody criticizes you for everything, anything that you do, any small thing that you do different. In those days also, there was no social media, but the people, it was a close-knit society otherwise. So they had to face a lot of criticism. Jyotiba Phule started a school for the children of lower caste. A very daring act in 1850s. Only, see, if you remember in Hindu society, only the so-called Brahmins and the high caste boys were allowed to study. In that time, he openly opened a school, invited all the children to study in his school across the so-called lower caste children also, in fact, specifically for them. He started and he established this orphanage for the widows. See, there were widows, and I said widows were treated badly.
People did not want widows in their house. And so many times if the husband would die, they would either ignore them or they would just chuck them out, throw them out of the house. Sometimes the husband would die when the woman is pregnant and she would become widow and the family would refuse to support her. So he, in his own house, started an orphanage for such widows. He gave them shelter in that orphanage, took care of them, taught them, and either educated them or taught them some skills so that they can be independent. Again, I'm reminding you, we are talking about 1850s. That is when they started all this. And that is how our society changed over the period of time and improved. What happened because of this entire social-religious reform movement? Society, we could see the change in the society. We talk about these two people predominantly, but there was also Swami Dayanand Saraswati and people like Swami Vivekananda. See, when the Britishers started English education, they started teaching English, Indian history, English history. The education system was such that the Indians were brainwashed to believe that Britishers were superior. And everything about Indians was inferior. Their language is inferior, their religion is inferior.
But it is their country.
Who's their country?
Indians country, na. So why are Britishers coming and saying that
Indians are
through education, they started conditioning the mind. See, you don't realize, but when you say, "Kya karna hai? Kya pad rahe hum log?" But if you see our history books, we have continued more or less what Britishers had started writing. So you see, अभी तक तुमने जो पढ़ा उसमें हम लोग को ऐसे अरे यार हर जगह इंडियंस को हराया ही है. Everywhere Indians have lost. The Britishers were superior.
not in cities.
Not in cities. Yes. But then in those times, they would teach the British history and have glorified a lot. So basically they would impose on Indians that Indians are inferior, Indian history is inferior, Indian religion is inferior. They would criticize Indian practices are backward. They would criticize everything. So they had basically raised these educated Indians who thought that Britishers were superior. We can never fight them, and we are very inferior. Everything about us is bad. They lacked confidence. What happened because of? So there was this Swami Dayanand Saraswati, Swami Vivekananda. If you remember, Vivekananda went to Chicago,
yes,
and there was a convention of all religions, and he spoke there about how great Hinduism is, or the Indian religion is, and Indian culture is. So through their work, they basically gave confidence to Indians that what they don't believe what Britishers are saying. We have great history, we have great culture, and we have great religion. So our religious practices, because they don't understand, are not stupid and wrong. Of course, we are not talking about evil practices like sati and child marriage and widow remarriage, not having widow. These are social practices. So they basically created this confidence among the Indians. The reformers, they big time condemned untouchability, criticized untouchability and caste system. What happened because of that? The whole Indian society across the castes, they felt, oh, this is a good custom. We too are important. This is how they tried to unite the Indian society. And the united Indian society now started thinking of fighting against the British government. The social reformers, they also insisted that how women are important. Women became confident. They started coming out of the house, and they too participated in the international struggle against Britishers. So now, because of this social religious reform, It helped the Indian society to come together and fight. So it included across all the castes, it included all the religions, and it included even women. They inspired, made these people confident to fight against the British. That was the impact of social religious reform. Okay. How did this message spread? Who spread this message? Newspapers. So newspapers, especially here in the textbook, they only mention newspapers like Amrit Bazar Patrika, Bengali, the Tribune, the Pioneer, the Times of India, the Hindu, and the Statesman. These were the newspapers in English. They spread this message in English, but there were also many local, regional, yes, vernacular press newspapers also. They spread this message among the people. People read this. Basically, you know, all this Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Right? Don't spoil that. Raja Ram Mohan Roy, whatever he spoke, Jyotiba Phule, whatever he spoke, all these social reformers, whatever they spoke, whatever their ideas were spread by the press. So press played a very important role in spreading their message among the people. Social reform, message about social reform, and also message about political reforms. Yes.
And this Times of India and today's Times of India are the similar. No.
It is the continuation. Yes, it is the continuation.
It is found in 1980 something.
We are talking about Times of India. Yes, Times of India. Bennett and Coleman. Yes, that was they are the ones who founded it, and yes, it is a continuation of that. But now we are the editors and everyone are Indians. It's taken over by Indians. But the original ones, you see, is the one. Hindu is still on. Duty is one of the most popular newspapers in India.
Now, the Hindu.
The Hindu, yes. So it is. That time से जो चल रहा है वो अभी भी आता है. The Hindu. तो कभी जाके न्यूज़पेपर वाले से पूछना मुझे हिंदू चाहिए. No ways, it is not. Don't say that because the name is Hindu. The Hindu is the newspaper started. That is just the name. What? Okay. Okay. We'll still learn about the press in those times. Okay. Two newspapers have still continued from that time. One is the Times of India and the Hindu. They are printed even today. And Hindu is one of the most neutral newspapers. It has acclaim as one of the most neutral newspapers. They give news, good news. You should try and read something.
Today's makes news.
Makes news.
Yes, ma'am.
One important thing happened that these newspapers not only talk about the social reforms and political reforms, they also told Indians what was happening around the world. So Indians got to know about the different countries, what is happening in different countries, what is happening in England, how changes are taking place in England. So when the women's revolution took place there or the feminist revolution took place there, it had its impact here also. So the Indians got to know what is happening in the world, and that's how they realized that we need to make changes. We need to change ourselves. So press played a very important role in changing the way people thought, in instilling confidence among them and uniting them against or creating this feeling of nationalism, that we are all together, we are all one nation and we need to fight against the British. As these social reform organizations were formed, there were also many small political organizations were formed. They were fighting for Sriram, they were fighting for political freedom, political reforms. Okay. But all these were mostly local. Here, the textbook talks about two important political organizations. One is, that's right, East India Association. Now, who established this? Yes. East India Association was established in London by Dadabhai Naoroji. What did he do there? Through this association, he started telling the people in England about the problems the Indians were facing. Through this, he got himself elected himself to the Legislative Council of England, and he became the member of Legislative Council of England, basically part of England's Parliament. And there he started discussing or telling the Parliament the issues the Indians faced. So East India Association was established by Dadabhai Naoroji. Many people, many Britishers were members of this, and in Britain, he tried to tell the people the problems that Indians faced, how the Britishers were exploiting them, and in Parliament, he tried to pass or influence them to pass some acts or repeal some acts and cancel some acts. It had its branches, it became very popular, and they established its branches in Mumbai, Kolkata, and Chennai.
But how will they communicate from Mumbai, from India?
So it was like, you know how you have a Rotary Club? Rotary Club, Lions Club, Rotary Club. Now Rotary Club, what do? Is they meet once a week, once in 15 days, and they discuss many things. So it was like a club. So they would meet there, they would discuss what is happening, what their problems are. Then they would write to Dadabhai Naoroji that these are the problems that we are facing today. And these are the things that we should discuss there. So because Dadabhai Naoroji felt that the Britishers are good. If we tell them that we have these problems, they will help us solve these problems. He was of that belief. The next is Indian Association. One was established by Dadabhai Naoroji. Second Indian Association was established by Surendranath Banerjee. Surendranath Banerjee headed this. Now, this association had all educated Indians. So all lawyers, professionals, and educated middle class. Okay? Surendranath Banerjee himself, I think he was the first person, if I'm not wrong, who had passed the civil service exam. So it was Indian man, yes, Surendranath Banerjee. Calcutta was the capital of India then. During British period, Calcutta was the capital of India. And he established this association, and the main objective was to have a strong body of public opinion, to generate public opinion through this Indian Association, to bring about friendly relations between Hindus and Muslims, and to have the public participation. Have mass public participation. That means through this, he started spreading his ideas. These small organizations gave the idea. See, they were all local organizations. So now they realize that instead of these local organizations, we should have one organization which will be all India level. And that's how the concept of Indian National Congress was born. Before going to Indian National Congress, let's mark these answers and you can learn one or two answers. We have marked in question number 8. We did not mark question number 6. What role did press play in the national movement? Page 28, role of the press. Many, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines. Many newspapers and magazines in particular language were also followed. Any 2 points from 1 and 2. Any 2 points from this 1, 2, 3, 4. Have you marked it?
Yes,
you have already marked? Yeah, please do. But come back quickly. Name 2 prominent newspapers which played a significant role in arousing national sentiments among the youth. One is Times of India. The Hindu. Remember? Or yes, you can remember any. The Pioneer, the Bengali, Amrit Bazar, Patrika. Okay. Yeah, you can remember Bengali. You can remember the Times of India, the Hindu. The Mirror, yes. Yeah, but then it is there. State any 2 issues that the socio-religious reform movement worked for. 2 issues. Tell me what are the 2 issues. Page 26. Abolition of caste system and child marriage. Abolition of caste system and child marriage. Page 26, socio-religious reform movement and any 2 issues. So you can see there are in social sphere, the movement worked for abolition of caste system, child marriage, dowry system, and in religious sphere, they fought against religious superstitions, attacked idolatry, polytheism. So you can either write it this way or just mention 2. Social sphere. Will I answer?
Yes. Yes.
Name any 2 socio-religious reformers who prepared the ground for national movement. Name the organization founded by Jyotirao Phule. Why did he establish this organization?
To educate the
girls and overcast.
Yes. See page 28. Founded the Satyashodhak Samaj, social justice for lower castes. Founded the Satyashodhak Samaj to secure social justice for weaker sections of the society. For upliftment of women. Social justice for weaker sections. Yes. This para. So in that, upliftment of weaker section of the society, social justice for weaker section, and upliftment of the other. तो सब कुछ मांग किया, तुमको तो सब कुछ आता है।
मैम चैट को लेकर खोल गया था।
What was the objective of invert bill? Why was it not passed?
26.
Page 26 हम लोग के लिए पहले ही किया था। Page 26 last paragraph. Invert bill provided for the trial of British and European persons by Indians. By this act, the British, yes, page 26, Invert bill. It provided for the trial of British and European persons by Indians. By this act, British tried to introduce equality between British and Indian judges in India. Now, why was it cancelled is the next part. Why was it not passed? This was resented by British and they started a defense association to defend their special privileges.
One more line.
And
the government ultimately withdrew the bill.
The government ultimately withdrew the bill. Mila, Dhruvesh? You have marked it earlier?
No.
You have already written this answer? These questions are not there.
The questions are different.
3 period.
I say the maths are totally and 3 period.
But then the content is more or less same, no?
The same only.
Okay. Mention 2 main objectives of Indian association. Page 29. One, creation of strong body of public opinion. वो आसान है. Either that or friendly relations, promotion of friendly relations between Hindus and Muslims. वो भी आसान है.
Any given points from there, but man will not.
First, second, and fourth. It's up to you. That question is omitted.
Yes, ma'am. Simple marks, no marks. Simple one. Simple point, no marks.
Mention the regional association that each. Next question. Mention the regional association that each nationalist was associated with. Surendranath Banerjee, the Indian Association. Dadabhai Naoroji, East India Association. Indian Association, Surendranath Banerjee. East India Association, Dadabhai Naoroji. The last one is about Indian National Congress. We'll do that. Before that, you learn one answer. Question number 10. Question number 10 and question number 12. 10 and 12. 2. Question number 10. Question number 12. Okay. I'll give you the question.
What?
I'll give.
Ma'am, why different questions?
Because she has a different set of questions. Who's called the grand old man of India?
Nauroji.
Question number 17. You do question number 17. Question number 17. Question number 15. And question number 13. 13, 15, 17. Simple. Social religious. Religious, right? In social sphere, there is in social sphere, they try to avoid system, child marriage.
Ma'am, done.
In religious sphere,
Ma'am, 10 and ma'am, 10 and 12.
done. In religious sphere, What is question number 12? Question number 12. Organization founded by Jyotiba Phule. Yes.
For securing social justice for weaker section of society.
Yes.
And question number 12.
And for the upliftment of women, वो भी add कर दें.
Question number 12 is they work for the abolition of child marriage study system for the social sphere.
What? Okay, same two issues. Okay, social-religious reform.
Abolition of caste system study for the system child marriage.
Okay. Now I told you, you forgot to mark it. Mention in social sphere, these things were criticized. In religious sphere, these things were criticized. So write it in that way. In social sphere, they criticize child marriage, parda system, practice of sati. Yes. And in religious sphere, they criticize idolatry, polytheism. And so दोनों में बताओ because it is socio-religious reform. Okay. You can sit. I'm telling. Both that. Yeah.
Question number 10. In the social sphere.
Yeah, in social sphere. You only tell 10. I'll ask 12 someone else. Yes. And in religious sphere, criticize polytheism, idol worship. If idolatry is a difficult word, you can write it as idol worship. Yes. William Bentinck was the Viceroy, Governor General then. Governor General. See, till 1857, the head of the administration was called Governor General. And after 1857, when the Queen took over, the British Parliament took over, this title became Viceroy. Nothing, just the title got changed.
Let's go.
Okay. 2 acts against which Surendranath Banerjee protested.
Indian Arms Act.
What was the Vernacular Press Act? Who introduced Vernacular Act? Press Act? What another question did I say? Okay, who established East India Association? Question number 10.
They launched a crusade against the social and legally
Social and
legally. Image still matters. Image the word impact.
Also mention idol worship and social religious reform. Now, you gave the answer. Others have not.
Ram Sarve Surat Samaj for aim of securing social justice for the weaker section of society.
Not women.
I will say women.
I said don't say women. Somebody said women. I said say women. WOMEN. There's no S.
Man.
अभी श्रीराम 2 minutes सर नीचे हाँ चलो तब तक मैं इन लोगों को पूछूंगा
ना मेरा भी हो गया मैं भी इधर से बोल रहा हूँ
yes
Jyotiba Phule founded the Satyasudha Samaj and needed social religious reforms like uplift lot of women and for the weaker sections of the society and
what for the weaker sections
securing justice
social justice for weaker sections
and caste initiative he introduced the book for जरूरत नहीं है मार्क्स मिल जाए जो
समाज we also raise voice for the
through this organization what did he try to do
secure social justice for the weaker section and raise voice for the upliftment of
you gave that now 10 that is two issues that the social religious reform movement worked on. Yeah, 1 minute. Shrishti, are you there?
I'm sorry. She almost next week but lunch. I'm free period for her. I will class के बाद I'm not keep the no respect man.
Because Shrishti, no, Shrishti is not responsible.
Are you there?
You are there, no?
I'm बहुत परेशान कर रहा है देखो पेन में क्या कर रहा है लड़का देखने से
लड़की की बीमार
I'm waiting for you. Hello, Shanti, I'm waiting for you.
We only concentrate using dictionary. अरे बोल ना भाई ना which one 10th Jyotiba Phule founded the Satyasudha Samaj in India with ensuring social justice for the weaker section of the society and also work for the upliftment of the
And you tell me the answer of question number 10. One minute. Two issues that social religious reform movement work for. So in social sphere, what did they work for? Okay, banning sati and banning.
Trying to ban
Okay, abolition of sati, then
trying to ban
dowry system and
this is
don't listen to them. क्या क्या आएगा उसमें? सती आएगा, dowry system आएगा, child marriage, widow,
remarriage.
Okay, and in religious sphere,
caste system.
In religious sphere, it is idol worship and poverty.
Number 2 वाला.
Yes, but give the answer in social sphere and religious sphere. 2 to each. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Our last part is about foundation of All India Organization. It so happened that Surendra Banerjee established this association. So these associations were, it was in Calcutta. This association had its branch in Mumbai, in Chennai. So all these associations were in their respective state, in their respective cities. Mostly in Mumbai, Pune, Calcutta, Chennai. These were the areas where the social reform movement was taking place with great speed. And then political organizations also. These were the areas where political organizations were established. But they were all local. So they dealt with the problems of Mumbai, of Pune, of Chennai, of Calcutta, and the smaller cities, other cities wherever they were established. Now they realized, all the educated Indians realized that there should be one common organization which will connect all these small organizations. There should be one organization which should be All India Organization. And they were all thinking of establishing one All India Organization, and they got a help from AOU. That's right, AOU. He was a British officer, British retired officer. Oh, I'm sorry. Now, AOU, he had great interest in India, and he realized that there must be one All India organization which will bind these small organizations together. And therefore, he decided that he will help in establishing this organization. So he spoke to all these educated Indians that he knew, and he decided that he gathered all of them, and they decided to establish an All India, Pan-India organization, and he founded Indian National Union. And he founded an organization called Shayandeep. अगर तुमने ध्यान दिया ना तो वो आंसर लर्न करना ज्यादा आसान हो जाएगा. You were saying something? So AOU first established this All India organization called Indian National Union. The first meeting of this Indian National Union was established. They first decided they will have their first meeting in Pune. But there was, the plague broke out in Pune. And therefore they shifted the venue. And the first meeting was held in Mumbai at Gokuldas School, no? Gokuldas Tejpal. Gokuldas Tejpal.
Read textbook. Ma'am, there is a dot on J.
अभी समझ लो भाई. Yes.
मैम अगर J पे dot मिला तो Y लगता है.
अच्छा ठीक है. So this was the venue. First meeting was held in Mumbai, and in 72 delegates in 1885. You can remember the year 1885. 72 people, 72 delegates from across India attended this meeting, and it was here that Dadabhai Nauroji, he suggested that instead of Indian National Union, we must call it Indian National Congress. And so name was changed from Indian National Union to Indian National Congress. From then on, and you know what happened? The Lord Viceroy, the Viceroy then was Lord Dufferin. He also favored this idea. He also liked this idea that there is some organization. He thought that this organization will help Britishers. That part is omitted from your school. Okay. He basically thought that this will work as a safety wall. That is, he thought that let these educated Indians have an organization and they might work for us. We'll say, okay, you have organization and whatever we want to do, we'll do it via them. So the Lord Dufferin thought these educated Indians will work and help the government. And therefore, he also encouraged, okay, have this All India organization. Very good. Many sessions were held after this. In fact, they decided to meet every year. The first session was held and the president was Vomesh Chandra Banerjee. Remember this name? They Vomesh Chandra Banerjee. And double O, yes.
How it can be Banerjee?
Double N E R J double E.
It is Banerjee.
See, in your textbook, it is Banerjee. Banerjee is also accepted.
I'm going to different word.
So, throughout my life, I studied Banerjee. Here only I read this, got this word Banerjee. So, I'm printing this. Banerjee, you write Banerjee because that is the common word, Banerjee.
Two times it is written Banerjee. Ma'am, one time we can think that it can be
You can write whatever is there in your textbook. Write whatever is there in your textbook. But what I'm saying is both O and A will be accepted. Don't worry. You need to remember this. First session was held in Mumbai in the year 1885 and the president was Vomesh Chandra Banerjee. Okay. Actually, Vyomesh Chandra Banerjee. It is W-Y-O. Vyomesh Chandra Banerjee. This textbook says Vomesh Chandra. So it is Vyomesh Chandra.
And what is the exact date? December 28 or 31?
The session held from 28 to 31. And this was the time when it was founded.
Ma'am, so if it is asked when was this held?
December 1885.
No, ma'am. Exact date, 28 or 31.
You can write anything. December 28. See, Indian National Congress was laid on the foundation, it says, on December 28, 1885. Got the line? All these sessions will hopefully not ask. Yes, the second session and the third session. So, but remember about the first session. Okay. What was the aim of this Indian National Congress? Friendly relations among all the nationalist workers and basically to have a common platform for all the nationalists of India to come and discuss the issues. They also decided that they will discuss and frame popular demands and present them before the government. See, somebody saying something in Mumbai, somebody saying something in Chennai or Gujarat will not have that strong appeal. Therefore, they decided that we must come meet every year, discuss the issues and present our problems to the government. And through this, they decided to train and organize public opinion, organize a strong public opinion. They decided what they should do and they will do the same program. They will implement the same program all over India. What was happening till then? Okay, whoever established an organization in Mumbai, they were doing the work in that small area. In Bengal में कुछ अलग चल रहा था, पुणे में कुछ अलग चल रहा था, चेन्नई में social reform चल रहा था, political reform चल रहा था, लेकिन थोड़ा अलग. What they decided, अभी जो कुछ करना है ना, सब लोग सेम करेंगे पूरे इंडिया में. So there will be a united program against or for the upliftment of society or against the Britishers. And that is the reason why the Congress was established. Samjha? Let's mark these answers thoda aur samjhega. When and by whom was the Indian National Congress established? When and whom. So, who will be whom? AOU, page 30, third paragraph. AOU, in consultation with Indian leaders, laid a foundation of Indian National Congress in 1885. Very good. 85. Indian National Congress in 85. One. 16th one. When and by whom? When and under whose presidency was the second session of the Congress held?
Page number 21.
31.
The second session of
Second session, 1886. Kolkata. Remember that.
Calcutta.
Or
Calcutta.
it was Calcutta then, it is Kolkata now. So you can write both out.
What's that?
Various factors. One interesting thing. Something that is not part of it. Banerjee, Chatterjee, these are not the original words. The original word is Bandyopadhyay, Chattopadhyay, but the Britishers couldn't pronounce it. I was telling you, you couldn't remember it. Just extra information. The Britishers couldn't pronounce it, and therefore they shortened it as Chatterjee, Banerjee, and then Mukherjee. No, so it is actually Mukhopadhyay. Funny. I don't find this funny. Okay. See, you know what? This was always the problem in India. That we always criticized each other. We enjoyed criticizing each other. I didn't know you'd find this funny. Okay. Various factors led to. Have you heard about Scindia? Scindia.
Yes, ma'am.
Madara Scindia. Same. That Madara Scindia was actually Madara Shinde. And the Britishers couldn't pronounce the word Shinde. They pronounced it as Scindia, and the Scindia stuck. Various factors led to the rise and growth of nationalism in India in the 19th century. In this context, explain the role of each of the following. Social religious reform movement.
Page 26.
Page 26. The social religious reform movement of 19th century were pioneers of Indian nationalism. The impact of Western education led to a rational, humanitarian, scientific approach. Mark till West.
Yes.
And then if you put till West, acceptance of the West, of the East and the West. Okay. And then you can mention in social sphere.
Until legal inequalities.
In social sphere, what you have already marked. In social sphere, abolition of caste system. And in religious sphere, they launched a crusade against social and legal inequalities. So, samjha, Durvesh? So, talk about what they criticize in social sphere. In short, talk about what they criticize in religious sphere, and they launched a crusade against social and legal inequalities. Repressive colonial policies. 25, 26. Repressive colonial policies. First is Darbar. Oh, if possible, add one introductory line. The British colonial rule, British, and then come to the fifth line. British colonial rule introduced repressive policies. Repressive policies. Especially Lord Lytton. Right in short, Lord Lytton. Next is first point. Organized Grand Delhi Darbar, spent lakhs of rupees while Indians and did nothing for Indians who were in the grip of famine. Talk about Vernacular Press Act, Arms Act, goes through. But you know, you will always, there are questions on vernacular also, arms also. So अगर ये पढ़ लो तो बाकी के questions भी ready होगा. Everything
from these India and
but you don't even mention this.
Introduction and
repressive colonial policies.
Okay.
Have you all marked this answer?
Yes, ma'am.
What have you marked? 1B, repressive colonial policies.
On page number 25.
इसपे क्या मार्क किया है?
These policies became a major barrier to India's economic को पहला, उसके बाद 26 पे page number.
Repressive policies of British provided a stimulus.
हाँ, फिर मैम उसके बाद this was resented by the British and they started a defense association to defend their special privileges. मैम वो भी ये भी किया था. मैम वो जो दो पॉलिसी का उसका भी किया था, मतलब उसको मेंशन किया था दोनों को. फिर उसके बाद वो भी था, दिस एक्ट वाज नॉट एप्लीकेबल पर्टिकुलर प्रेस एक्ट के लिए. फिर उसके बाद इल्बर्ट बिल के लिए ये भी था, दिस वाज प्रेजेंटेड. फिर उसके बाद एंड में repressive policies of the British provided a stimulus to political agitation.
तो काफी बड़ा आंसर दिया है.
मैम स्ट्रक्चर
उसमें 4 पॉइंट लिखने होंगे ऐसे मैम ने बोला.
हाँ, लेकिन उसमें तुम एक मेंशन करोगे वर्नाक्युलर प्रेस एक्ट.
हम उसका पूरा एक्सप्लेन करेंगे. फिर इसने दिया, फिर उसके बाद नेक्स्ट
फिर इल्बर्ट बिल
और इल्बर्ट बिल की
हाँ
और आर्म्स एक्ट की.
मैम कोई भी दो.
मैम बट उसमें से मैक्सिमम 4
And these repressive policies of the British provided a stimulus to political agitation. वैसे ही है ना?
Yes.
तो तुम वो दो मेंशन करना है, because this is a brief answer. The press, did you mark?
Yes, ma'am.
The press. The press, your answer will start from large number of newspapers were started. Press, page 28. Role of the press. Large number of newspapers were started in the later half of the 19th century. Some of the prominent newspapers were mentioned any 2-3. Okay. Many other newspapers and magazines in the vernacular language were also brought out. These newspapers played significant role in developing strong national sentiments among Indians. And write any 2-3 points from here. Because through the press, that the message of patriotism and liberal ideas or ideas like liberty, freedom were spread among the people. The press carried out daily criticism of the unjust policies of the British government in India. It made possible the exchange of views among different social groups. First line mark karna. One line. Hare point. Have you already marked, Shandy?
पीछे से बुला रहा है मैम नहीं
मैं तुमसे बात कर रही हूँ
मैं दूंगा मैम बुला रही
Shandy, you don't have a textbook.
and I have that YouTube
But YouTube में आंसर है
मेरे पास है अरे वो ज्योग्राफी है नहीं ये बात मेरे पास है ना
because YouTube में आंसर्स नहीं है पॉइंट्स है पॉइंट्स
मैंने की नोटबुक में लिखा है देख
Okay, Vernacular Press Act 18. Shri Ram.
I'm in a rest of एक बार lazy guy वो निकालना
I mean, he's not interested on it.
इसको बस इधर है maps
तो शायद तुमने मार्क किया क्या
कंप्लीट नहीं है मैम
अरे लेकिन तुमने
मैं
मार्क
नोटबुक में मैम मैं कल आपके लिखा पहले नोटबुक में लिखा नाम आया मैं नोटबुक में लिखा है पूरा दशक देख के
Vernacular Press Act already marked हो चुका है
हां
State any of the objectives of Indian National Congress.
मार रहा था
30.
मैं तो कर रहा हूं
Aim any tree. Whatever you think is easy to remember. Role of Dadabhai Naoroji. Page 29. East India Association. So East India Association was founded in London by Dadabhai Naoroji.